Defensively for the Broncos. In left field, Dylan Eagle. In center, Kevin Malley. In right field, Connor Oshry. At third, Mike Maloney. Playing short, Brendan Harris. At second, Pregame. Playing third, Avery Kimball. Behind the plate, Diego Pena. Doing the pitching, Zach Vertinga. Umpires today, at third base, Luke Kimball. At third, Scott Johnson. Behind the plate, Jason Wood.
Hi again, everybody. Robin Hook with you from Himes Field in Kalamazoo. It's Western Michigan baseball today as the Broncos take on Michigan State. This will be the fourth meeting of the season between the two teams. They opened up the season in a doubleheader February the 14th. Michigan State swept that twin bill, winning 2-0 and 6-3. And they met April 15th in East Lansing, with Michigan State winning that game in 8 innings, 14-4. Here's a starting lineup for Michigan State. Leading off, playing second base, Ryan McKay. Batting second, the third baseman, Randy Seymour. Hitting third, the left fielder, Nick Williams. Batting fourth at first base, Sam Bush. Batting fifth, the DH, Caleb Berry. Third baseman from Frankfort, Illinois. He's a junior, hitting at .283 with 4 home runs and 32 runs batted in. Play him deep and straight away in the outfield. The pitch is outside. 2-0 the count on Randy Seymour. He'll be followed by Nick Williams hitting in the 3-hole. One down as McKay popped up on the first pitch to left field in foul territory. Nevar gathered it in for the first out of the first inning. There's a foul back to the screen. Count goes 2-1 now on Randy Seymour. Vriesinga works from the first base side of the rubber. Grady Mead playing up the middle. He's to the right of second base, but not by much. Big hole over there on the right side. Here's the 2-1, swing and a miss on a fastball at the knees. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jake Botek at home plate for this game. Joshua McNally at first base. Luke Hamilton umpiring at third base. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Seymour. Stands deep in the box. The pitch is over but low. With a slider, it's 3 balls and 2 strikes now. Count goes full on Randy Seymour. Seymour stands 6'4", 200 pounds, out of Frankfort, Illinois. Payoff pitch coming up as Seymour awaits deep in the box. The pitch is swung on and bounced to third. Maloney on a knee has it over to first in time. Good play by Mike Maloney. Went far to his left, went to a knee, gathered it up, and throws out Seymour. 2 up, 2 down here in the top of the first. That'll bring up Nick Williams. Williams, a senior out of Racine, Wisconsin, playing left field for head coach Jake Boss today. He's hitting .279 with 5 home runs and 27 runs batted in. Zach trying to work a clean first inning. There's a pitch that is over but low. 1 ball, no strikes. Williams, stocky build, 6 feet, 195-pound senior. Played JUCO ball at Wabash Valley. The 1-0 on the way. Swung on and driven into the gap in right center field, but Tanner Malley going hard to his left. Runs it down to retire the side. Tanner Malley catches everything. And the top of the first is in the books. The Broncos will bat next. Here's how they will line up. Leading off, playing center field, Tanner Malley. Batting second, the third baseman, Mike Maloney. Hitting third, the left fielder, Dylan Nevar. Batting fourth at first base, Avery Thielman. Hitting in the 5-hole, the DH, Lucas Rick. Batting sixth in right field, Connor Ostrander. Hitting seventh, the shortstop, Brendan Harity. Batting eighth behind the plate, Diego Pena. And batting ninth, the second baseman, Grady Mee. Broncos will face right-hander Logan Pecor. He's from West Bloomfield. Pecor, 6'4", 192-pound sophomore to West Bloomfield High School. This will be his 18th appearance, 4th start for Logan Pecor. 26 and a third innings. He's given up 35 hits, 28 runs, 23 of those earned, 13 walks, 18 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .324 on Pecor with a 7.86 earned run average. His record is 1-2. Best day of the year so far here at Hyams Field. Beautiful. Temps in the mid-70s. And not even a breeze. Old Glory standing straight down the pole out there in right center field near the west end zone of Waldo Stadium, which, by the way, has no turf. They dug up the old turf. And should have that new playing surface in here maybe before the end of the month. Also putting new turf in the indoor practice facility. We'll be ready for summer camps and of course the start of the fall season, which opens in late August. The Broncos in Michigan State at Spartans Stadium. Here's Tanner Malley digging in for the Broncos. Tanner, sophomore out of Lisle, Illinois, hitting .355, no home runs, 16 runs batted in for Tanner. Kicking the pitch from Pecor is in there for a strike. Talking to Mark Vandermeed, pitching coach for Michigan State. He says Pecor can get it up there around 93, but he prefers him to not have all that velocity and become more of a pitcher, because that 93-mile-an-hour fastball seems to straighten out. Threw a little wrinkle to Tanner Malley that time, and he hit it off the end of the bat to second base. And they get the flip for the play at first. Malley is out, second to first, and that'll bring up Mike Maloney. Western Michigan's all-time RBI leader, all-time leader in total bases. A couple of home runs away from tying Cade Sullivan's home run record. Dylan, a senior from Wisconsin Dells, hitting .278, 7 home runs, 40 runs batted in. Batting left-handed against the righty. Tries to push a bunt down the third baseline with the shift on and pushed it foul. 3 infielders on the right side of second base. Third base line wide open. Dylan tried to push one down there and picks up a strike. 1 strike on Nevar. Had a big day yesterday at Valparaiso. There's the pitch and a grounder to second base. Over to first, and Nevar is retired to end the inning. 3 up and 3 down for the Broncos. The Spartans will bat in the second inning when we come back. This is Western Michigan Baseball on YouTube Live. 4, 5, 6 hitters due up here for Michigan State. Sam Bush in the cleanup spot, senior from East Lansing. First baseman for Michigan State, hitting at .296 with 12 home runs and 51 runs batted in. Big left-handed hitting first baseman. 6'5", 230. At the East Lansing High School. Pops up the first pitch foul and out of play over near the Bronco bullpen. 1 strike on Sam Bush. Stands deep in the box. Bat high over the left shoulder. The 1 strike pitch is outside. 1-1. Beautiful day out here at Himes, just underway, so come on out and join us. A lot of baseball to play in this one. Here's the 1-1 on the way. Breaking ball just off the corner. 2 balls, 1 strike on Bush. Zach working carefully to Sam. He's 3 for 7 with 4 RBIs and 2 runs scored against the Broncos in those 3 previous meetings. 2-1 pitch on the way. It's off the glove of Pena. Goes back to the screen. It's 3-1. Broncos defeated Valparaiso yesterday over at Valpo to sweep that home-and-home series with the Beacons, winning yesterday 7-3. Here's the 3-1. Swung on and popped up into shallow left field. Now into foul territory. Maloney runs it down. In foul territory down the left field line. Bush is out. It'll bring up Caleb Berry. Berry's a grad student from Knoxville, Tennessee, DHing here today. .296 hitter with 6 home runs, 30 runs batted in. Right-handed hitter, also catches. 5'9", 177. Transfer from Milligan. Squares the bunt. Takes it outside. 1 ball, no strikes on Caleb Berry. Stands deep in the box. Way open stance. Front foot pointed down to third base. Here's the 1-0. Popped up into foul territory down the first base line. That one over the berm and into the woods. Ball and a strike on Caleb Berry. Berry 2 for 6 in the 3 games against the Broncos. A couple of runs scored. Again, very open stance, but he loads towards home plate. Here's the 1-1. Swing and a foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Freezing it. Checks pitch com on the left wrist. And ready to work. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Caleb Berry. Swing and a foul back to the screen. Count stays 1 ball, 2 strikes. Michigan State also played yesterday. They hosted Eastern Michigan, beat the Eagles 3-1 over McLean Stadium in East Lansing. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 1 down here in the Spartans' second inning. The pitch swung on and lined into right for a base hit. Berry let that ball travel and then slammed it into right. Let it get deep in the zone and just popped it the other way with some authority. First hit of the game goes to Caleb Berry. That'll bring up the catcher, Noah Bright. Bright out of Macomb, Michigan. He's a senior.
Now back to the Spartans, number 18, Noah Bright.
Played junior college ball at both Henry Ford and Lansing Community College. He's out of Macomb, Michigan. 5'11", 185. Right-handed hitter. Stands deep in the box, back foot on that back line. Feet more than shoulder width apart. He's spread out at the plate. Here's the pitch to him, and it's high. 1 ball, no strikes on Noah Bright. First base runner of the game, Caleb Berry. So Vreesinga will keep an eye on him. One-zero pitch on the way to Bright is in there for a strike. At the letters on the outside corner with a fastball, 1-1. Zach can get it up there, 90, low 90s. Here's the 1-1 coming up. It's inside. 2 balls, 1 strike. Pitch clock rolling out there. It's already down to 8. And now timeout call at the plate. Both teams out on the rail in front of their respective dugouts here at Himes Field, taking in that 75-degree sunshine. 2-1 pitch on the way. Runners going. It's a ball. Throw down to second is in time. Diego Pena guns down Caleb Berry trying to steal. Perfect throw by Diego, right on the money. And they get Berry, so 2 outs now, 2 balls and 1 strike. The count on Noah Bright, who took that pitch outside for a ball, but Pena smoked one down there to second base to get the base runner. The pitch is outside, 3 balls and 1 strike now. Now that's ball 4. Correction, ball 4, and down to first goes Noah Bright with a base on balls. That'll bring up Parker Pico. He's from Rochester Hills.
Parker Pico.
Sophomore right fielder. Started at Alabama and came back home to Michigan State. 2 out, a runner aboard. The pitch is in there for a strike. 6'1", 210, sophomore. Went to Rochester Adams High School. Then on to Tuscaloosa and back to Michigan to play for Jake Boss and the Spartans. 1 strike count. Here's a throw to first. And back with a head first dive, Noah Bright. Bright, not much of a threat to steal. He is 0 for 1 in attempts to steal. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That one's over, but low to Pico. Ball and a strike with 2 out here in the second. Zach Vreesinga got some help from his catcher, who threw out a would-be base stealer for the second out of the inning. Then a walk, runner at first, 2 out. Swinging a line drive, base hit. Parker Pico smokes it up the middle. Rounding second, heading to third is Noah Bright with good speed. He's in standing on the single up the middle by Pico. Runners at the corners now, 2 out for Michigan State, and the batter will be J.T. Sokolov.
Now back to Spartans number 2, J.T. Sokolov.
He's from Hudsonville, playing center field, hitting .262, 2 home runs, 18 runs batted in. Transferred to Michigan State from Illinois State. Another guy coming back home. Here's the pitch. Squares the bunt, takes a ball. 1 ball, no strikes on JT. He's in the 8 hole today for Jake Boss. Slightly open stance, waggles that bat over the right shoulder. The 1-0 on the way. Swinging a bouncer up the middle. Me behind the bag, spears it and steps on second to retire the side. That was a hard chopper right past Friesinga, but me had him played perfectly and caught it, stepped on the bag to retire the side. We go to the bottom of the second. No score. This is Western Michigan baseball on YouTube Live. Robin Hook with you from Himes Field in Kalamazoo, Michigan. Western Michigan and Michigan State meeting for the fourth time this season. Broncos trying to salvage one in the four-game season series. 4, 5, 6 hitters due up for Western Michigan. Avery Thielman, Lucas Rick, and Connor Ostrander. Thielman's a junior out of Kalamazoo Central. 286 average for Avery. 2 home runs, 24 runs batted in. Kicking the pitch to Thielman is in there for his strike. One for 3 against the Spartans this season. And that one hit was a triple. 0-1 pitch on the way is outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Thielman, feet shoulder width apart and in the back of the box, about midway in the right-handed batter's box, takes a pitch outside. 2-1 on Thielman. Avery's been solid all year. Started 40 of the 43 games. Here's the pitch to him. Swing and a miss. There was some 90-plus heat on the high fastball. 2 balls and 2 strikes now on the former Kalamazoo Central Maroon Giant Avery Thielman. Shortens up a bit on the bat. Now the 2-2. Swing and a line drive foul down into the Michigan State bullpen. Count stays even at 2-2. Back-to-back games midweek for both of these teams. Broncos beat Valparaiso yesterday on the road, 7-3. Michigan State knocked off Eastern Michigan 3-1 at home. 2-2 to Thielman is chopped foul. Boy, he decided really late to swing, and he just got a piece of it there at the plate. Two balls, 2 strikes to Avery Thielman. The 2-2 on the way is fouled down the first base line into the Spartan bullpen. Thielman let that ball get deep in the strike zone before fouling it off. Played Thielman straight away in the outfield. Infielders are back on the edge of the dirt at short and third. The 2-2 coming up. Swing and another foul. Quite a battle between Avery Thielman and Logan Pecor. Pecor digs back in. The 2-2 pitch coming up again to Avery Thielman. Here it is. Swinging another foul. Quite a battle here to lead off inning number 2 for the Broncos. There's a strike called at the letters, and the Bronco bench didn't like the call from Jake Botek. Thought that was high, but he went up with a right hand, and Thielman is out on strikes.
Now ready for Broncos, number 50, Lucas Rick.
That'll bring up the DH, junior Lucas Rick from Rockford, Michigan. Lucas hitting at .276. Tied for the team lead in home runs with 7, along with Dylan Nevar. He has 25 runs batted in. Feet close together, deep in the box. Crouches at the plate, and the pitch is over but low. 2-0 on Lucas. Rick hit a home run here over the weekend in that sweep against Central Michigan. It was a laser shot over the fence in left field near the scoreboard. Here's a 2-0 from Pecor. Over but low again with a breaking ball. 3-0 the count on Lucas. Rick 1 for 10 in the earlier 3 meetings with Michigan State. Takes that one outside, ball 4. 4 straight bad ones to Lucas Rick, and he'll trot down to first with a base on balls. The Broncos' first base runner. Here's Connor Ostrander. Connor's been hitting well. He's got that average up to .262 now.
Now ready for Broncos, number 7, Connor.
Really had that Oppo swing going over the weekend against Central Michigan. Several hits going the opposite way. And he goes that way again, hits one deep into left field. This one's going to go all the way to the wall. One hop off the fence. Lucas Rick into third, and they'll hold him there on a stand-up double from Connor Ostrander. Corey Mee put the stop sign up for Big Lucas, who gets down to third on that stand-up double by Connor Ostrander. Ostrander's moved up a spot in the batting order with his 9th double of the season. Here's Harity. The senior shortstop from Brighton, Michigan, batting left-handed against the righty Pecor, and he swings and misses at the changeup. 1 strike on Brendan Harity. Broncos with a threat here in the bottom of the 2nd. Scoreless game so far. Runners at 2nd and 3rd, only 1 out. Base hit will score 2. Kicking the pitch. Bounces it up there. That was a 59-footer from Pecor, blocked at the plate by catcher Noah Bright. Harity, a switch hitter, batting lefty against the right-handed Pecor. One ball, 1 strike count. They're in the corners, 1st and 3rd, and Harity swings and misses. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Brendan. They're back at short and second base, up on the grass at 1st and 3rd. Here's the set. The 1-2 on the way. Tried to backdoor him with a slider and stayed away. 2-2 now on Brendan. Here he's been playing an outstanding shortstop since flip-flopping from third base with Mike Maloney. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a foul. Back to the screen. Just got the end of the bat on that pitch. Medium depth in the outfield on Brendan Harity. Hitting .242, couple of home runs, 21 runs batted in. There's a chopper to first. They throw down to second and they get Ostrander off the bag, and he is thrown out on the fielder's choice. Ostrander is out at second base. He took off. Rick was held at third base, and Ostrander got caught off the bag at second, and Spartan first baseman Sam Bush fired it down to second base, and they put the tag on Connor. Now runners at first and third with 2 out for Diego Pena. Harity, the runner at first. Lucas Rick on at third. Swing and a miss by Pena. 1 strike on Diego. Kellogg Community College transfer out of Muskegon, Mona Shores, sitting 200, no home runs, 1 RBI. 3 for 7 against Michigan State pitching in the 3 earlier meetings. The 1-strike pitch is low and away. 1 ball, 1 strike on Diego Pena, who got a couple hits yesterday in the Valpo game. Chris Akers started, and then Diego came in and had some good at-bats. A ball and a strike with runners at the corners and 2 out in the second. The pitch. Swing and a chopper foul down the third baseline. 1-2 the count on Pena. Diego spread out at the plate, slightly open stance, bat low over the right shoulder. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch is outside, 2-2. Broncos have rotated 3 catchers all season. Nolan Zajac is a freshman from Carleton, Michigan. Pena and the transfer from Towson, Chris Akers, rotating in there behind the plate this season. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a foul. Back to the screen. Count stays 2-2 on Diego Pena. Sam Carlisle obliging home plate umpire Jake Botek with a new handful of baseballs. Pena chokes up a bit with 2 strikes. 2-2. The count, he'll try and shorten up and slap one into the outfield. He takes that outside, and then count goes full 3-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Here to be on the move at first base. Here's the set by Pecor. The look to first, the pitch. Swing and a miss. Struck him out to retire the side. The Broncos strand a pair. We go to the third. No score. This is Western Michigan Baseball on YouTube Live. Zach Friesinger completing his warm-up tosses. 6'6", 190-pound right-hander out of East Grand Rapids High School. I'm sure he factors into the future maybe as a weekend starter moving into his junior season next year. 9-1 two-hitters due up for Michigan State. We're scoreless in the top of the third. And there's a one hopper to short. Nice play by Brendan Harity, and he throws him out. That was a humpback line drive, and Brendan had to play it on the short hop. And he played it perfectly, took his glove to the baseball, and throws out Murphy on that first offering from Friesinger. One down here in the Spartan third inning. Back to the top of the order. Here's Ryan McKay. The pitch to him. Strike in the outside corner with a changeup. One strike on Ryan McKay. He fouled out to left fielder Dylan Nevar on the first pitch of the game back in the first. Here's the 0-1 to him. Outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Grady Mee back on the grass at second base against this left-handed hitting Clarkston, Michigan native. Came into today hitting .333 with 4 home runs, 25 runs batted in. He was 3 for 11 in the previous 3 games with 3 runs scored, had a double. Takes one inside. Count now 3-1 on Ryan McKay with Randy Seymour on deck. Spartans with 2 hits, Broncos with 1. It was a double by Connor Ostrander, who was later picked off a second base on a fielder's choice play. Here's a line drive foul over the batting cages. Out of play, count full now, 3-2. Orchard Lake St. Mary's product. What an outstanding baseball program they have. One of the best in the state. Full count pitch on the way. Swung on and fouled back and out of play. Count stays full at 3-2. Broncos will hit the road tomorrow and head over to Kent, Ohio for a 3-game series with the Golden Flashes. They're in a 3-way tie for first in the MAC with Miami and Ball State with 2 weekends to go. Here's the payoff. Swung on, lifted foul down the left field line. Dylan Nevar giving chase, and he got there, made a basket catch. Got over to the dirt and ran into the fence and made a basket catch. That was a fine running grab by Dylan Nevar. He had to go a long way, but that ball was high in the air. And so twice he's retired Ryan McKay on foul balls down the left field line.
Now back to the Spartans number 35, Randy Seymour.
2 outs, that'll bring up Randy Seymour. Tall, lanky third baseman for Michigan State takes the first pitch outside. Good hitter though, 283 as play started today. Slightly open at the plate. Pitches outside, 2-0. He was 3 for 8 in the first 3 meetings with the Broncos. Had a couple of RBIs and scored 3 times. First 2 games were pretty close. That last one on April 15th was a 8-inning affair, 14-4. There's a chopper to third. Maloney's got it over to first in time. Another stellar play by Mike Maloney at third base. Shuffled quickly to his glove hand, spun around and fires a strike to get Seymour. The side is retired. We go to the bottom of the third, still scoreless. This is Western Michigan Baseball on YouTube Live. Nine-1 two-hitters due up for Western Michigan. Grady Mee, Tanner Malley, and Mike Maloney. Grady Mee, junior out of Toledo, steps in. Batted in the 9-hole yesterday against Valpo and had a couple of base hits. I like him down there. It's quite the combo with him in the 9-hole with Malley batting in the leadoff position. Be a table setter for the middle of the lineup. Grady batting lefty against the right-hander. Pecor, the pitch is in there for a strike. Little backdoor slider. Caught the corner, one strike on Grady. Bat high over the left shoulder. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a foul. Near the Spartan dugout there. Pops over to the first baseman, Bush, who has to play it there in foul territory. 2 strikes on Grady. Grady's a .288 hitter with 3 home runs and 24 runs batted in. Swing and a miss. And he goes down on strikes. One after a pitch that was low and came up empty. One down here in the Bronco third. Here's Tanner Malley.
Now make the Broncos. Number 2, Tanner Malley.
Tanner bounced out second to first in his first at bat of the game, the first inning. Set by Pecor, the pitch is in there for a strike. Right up under the hands. Tanner stands right on top of the plate. His toes are on the edge of the batter's box on the inside of that batter's box. Takes another pitch real close to the last one, but that one was inside 1-1. Tanner 4 for 6 against the Spartans in the first 3 meetings with a couple of runs scored and a double. The 1-1 on the way. Swing and a miss. He can really play center field. He has 4 errors this season out in center field, but fielding at 1,000% in conference play. No errors during MAC play in 24 games for this guy who's been running down everything in the outfield. Oh, he robbed Central Michigan of extra base hits over the weekend. He's made a good running catch in this one already, back in the first. 2-2 the count on Tanner. The kick and the pitch. Swinging a chopper to third. Seymour's got it over to first in time, just by a half a step. Randy Seymour played the big hop and used that gun of his across the diamond to get Tanner. He's 0 for 2 now. On a couple of bounce outs, that'll bring up Mike Maloney with 2 down here in the Bronco third inning, no score. Maloney struck out swinging in the first, tried to check it, but went around, and Jake Botek rang him up. 2 out, nobody on for Maloney. Still looking for his first home run of the season. The kick and the pitch is outside, 1 ball, no strikes. Mike 0 for 7 in the previous 3 meetings against Michigan State. 1 ball, no strikes to him. The pitch is over but low. 2-0 on the senior from Mokina, Illinois. Played short all of last year in the Broncos championship campaign. Had a little arm issue early in the season, missed some time, and then they decided to flip him and Harady, and it's worked out so well. There's a chopper to short. Gloved there by Murphy, and he throws it away. Murphy charging that ground ball by Maloney, fielded it cleanly, but then threw it away at first base. So Maloney's on with an error by the shortstop. And that'll bring up Dylan Nevar. They'll move Nate Murphy over to the right side of second base, and the third baseman Seymour goes over to where the shortstop would normally play. So a big shift on here against Nevar. He tried to push a bunt down the third baseline in this defensive alignment back in the first inning. Here's the pitch to him. Takes it for a strike, 1 strike on Dylan. After fouling off the push bunt attempt down the third baseline, he hit one sharply at the second baseman for a 4-3 bounce out back in the first. He's got a 1 strike count on him with a runner at first and 2 down here in the third inning, no score. The pitch, swing, and he went the other way, fouls it down the left field line and onto the batting cages, out of play. So an 0-2 count on Dylan Nevar. Had a big day yesterday in Valparaiso. Single, a double, a triple, and he had 2 at-bats to try and get the cycle. He walked in one and struck out in the other. So failed to hit for the cycle, but a single, double, triple effort yesterday with a couple of runs scored and an RBI by this guy, Dylan Nevar. Takes one just off the edge. Ball and 2 strikes on Dylan. One and two. Nevar stares out at that shift against him. The 1-2 pitch. Outside, 2-2. Engineering major. Picked up his degree a couple of weeks ago. He redshirted as a true freshman and then was MAC Freshman of the Year as a redshirt freshman. Helped the Broncos to the MAC title a year ago. Here's a sharp single to right, 1 hop to the right fielder. Parker Pico hustles it in. That was a rocket off the bat of Nevar. Second hit of the game for Western Michigan. They have runners at first and second and 2 down for Avery Thielman. Thielman struck out looking in the second inning after a long battle. He fouled off 6 pitches before getting rung up on a call third that was borderline. Chance to drive in a run here with 2 out. The kick and the pitch. Outside, 1 ball, no strikes to Thielman. Maloney, the runner at second, safe on a throwing error by the shortstop. Nevar on at first after a line shot single to right. 2 out here in the third, scoreless game. 2-0 to Thielman. Lucas Rick would bat next if Avery can get aboard. And now the catcher Bright going out to talk to his pitcher Pecor with some activity now in the Michigan State bullpen. Conference is over. Bright heads back behind the plate. Avery Thielman ready to dig back in. 2-0 the count on Thielman. 6'5" first baseman for Western Michigan out of Kalamazoo. Look to second. The 2-0 is a strike. Sinker over for a strike, 2-1. First baseman Bush playing behind Nevar at first base. Maloney at second. There's a pitch that is just foul down the third baseline. That was a shot about 6 inches foul. Had that been fair, that would have plated 2 runs. Got around on it a little too early. 2-2 now to Thielman with Maloney at second and Nevar at first. Broncos trying to get on the board first in this game. Pecor checks his runner at second. The pitch to Avery is over but low. Count full now, 3-2. Runners will be off on the pitch here with a 3-2 count on Thielman and 2 out in the third inning. Here's the set by Pecor, the pitch. Swing and a miss, struck him out. Pitch that was on the outside part of the plate. Avery came up empty. Broncos strand a pair. We go to the fourth, no score. This is Western Michigan baseball on YouTube Live. Michigan State is tied for 12th in the Big Ten Conference. 12 teams go to the Big Ten tournament in a pair of 16 pods. Broncos trying to finish in the top 6 in the MAC. We'll check the conference standings here in a second as Spartans are ready to hit here. Nick Williams, Sam Bush, and Caleb Berry due up for Michigan State. Williams flew out to center in the first inning. He hit it sharply into the gap in right center, and Tanner Malley ran it down. First pitch to him is outside, 1 ball, no strikes. Friesinger has the sign and gets the slider over for a strike, 1-1. Ball State, Kent State, and Miami all tied at 18-6. Atop the MAC standings. Bowling Green comfortably in position for a MAC tournament spot. There's a line drive to center. Malley coming on, and he makes the catch on the run. Williams has hit it sharply twice, but Malley catches another one. That'll bring up Sam Bush. Bowling Green, as we mentioned, in 4th place at 17-10. Then it's Toledo in 5th at 12-12. Western Michigan currently in 6th, 11-13 are the Broncos, with 6 conference games to play. Eastern Michigan just a game back. They hold the tiebreaker on the Broncos. Eastern Michigan at 10-14. Central in 8th place, 9-15. Akron is 9-18, and Northern Illinois and Ohio bringing up the rear. Broncos will play Ohio the final weekend of the regular season, trying to lock down one of those 6 MAC tournament spots. First pitch to Bush is a strike. 0-1 pitch on the way is swung on and driven into the gap in right field. Drifting over is Ostrander, and he makes the catch. Running to his right and snares that hard shot off the bat of Sam Bush. So a couple of line drives off Riesinger, caught in the Bronco outfield by Malley and Ostrander. That'll bring up Caleb Berry with 2 outs here in the 4th.
Now back to the Spartans, number 31, Caleb Berry.
Broncos at Kent State Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. No midweek games next weekend as they play Thursday, Friday, Saturday series around the conference. There's a swing and a foul backing out of play by Caleb Berry, who singled in the second but was caught stealing by Diego Pena's rocket throw down to second base. So 3 home games left for the Broncos after this one. A week from tomorrow, Friday and Saturday next week against the Ohio Bobcats, who are in last place in the conference. And Broncos coming off that sweep over Central Michigan to move into a 6th place, just a game out of 5th. Need to have a good weekend, though, at Kent State. No balls and 2 strikes now on Caleb Berry. Pitches high, 1-2. One ball, 2 strikes on Caleb Berry. Waggles the bat over the right shoulder. Open stance, the pitch. Swing and a foul at the plate. Broncos lead the all-time series with Michigan State. This is the 89th meeting between the two teams. Kicking the pitch is just off the corner of the Bronco dugout. Thought it was a called strike 3, but count goes 2-2. Broncos lead the all-time series. 45 wins, 43 losses to Michigan State. Spartans have closed the gap with those 3 previous wins, and there's a swing and a miss. Strike 3 on Caleb Berry. Good first 3 innings by Zach Riesinger with some help from his outfielders running down shots in the gaps. We go to the bottom of the 4th. No score. This is Western Michigan Baseball on YouTube Live. New pitcher for Michigan State is Zach Maxey. Comes on here in the fourth inning. This will be his 14th appearance, all in relief. 26 innings of work for Maxey. He's given up 22 hits, 15 runs, 13 of those earned, 12 walks, 26 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .234 on Zach Maxey, who has a 3-0 record and a 4.50 earned run average. Oh, my son Jared, former Michigan State Spartan, member of the 2011 Big Ten Championship team under Coach Boss at Michigan State, tuned in to YouTube Live out in Denver today on business and says yesterday's victory over Eastern Michigan was the 2,500th career win for Michigan State baseball. It's a pretty good milestone right there. Thanks for passing that along, Jared. Lucas Rick leads it off here in the fourth inning for the Broncos. We're scoreless. Swing and a fly ball to center. Going back on it is Sokolov. He's there and makes the catch about 10 feet in front of the warning track near the 395 mark. One down here in the Bronco fourth inning. That'll bring up Connor Ostrander. Ostrander doubled in his first at bat today. Took the first pitch in the dirt from Maxey. 1 ball, no strikes. Ostrander doubled going the opposite way over the head of the left fielder, Nick Williams, but then was cut down at second base on a fielder's choice play. Here's a chopper to second base. And McKay has it over to Bush at first, and Ostrander is retired. 2 up and 2 down here in the Bronco fourth. That'll bring up Brandon Harity.
Now batting for Broncos, number 13, Brandon Harity.
Harity, switch hitter, batting left-handed against Maxey. He was safe on a fielder's choice. Back in the second with Ostrander at second base. He had a chopper down to the first baseman Bush, who went down to second and got Ostrander, who was off the bag. Here's the pitch. High. 1-1. Broncos had him at second and third with 1 out. Rick was on at third base, and on that ground ball to first, Bush held Rick at third, and Ostrander started to head down to third base and then had to hustle back to second and didn't get back in time before Bush fired a strike down to second base to put the tag on Ostrander. And Harity was safe at first, and then Spartans got out of that first and third 2-out jam. 2 out, nobody on here in the fifth. A 1-2 count on Harity. The pitch is outside. The catcher for the Spartans, Noah Bright, brought that across from the right-handed batter's box to the center of the plate trying to get a call. But ruled the ball as it should have been. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The 2-2 on the way. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Harity swings at an inside fastball to retire the side. We go to the fifth. No score. Western Michigan and Michigan State here at Himes Field in Kalamazoo. Western Michigan baseball on YouTube Live. We go to the 5th. Michigan State and Western Michigan scoreless, each team with 2 hits. Breezinga back out for Western Michigan to work the 5th inning. We mentioned Michigan State is in a tie for 12th with Northwestern in the Big Ten standings. Iowa out in front of the expanded Big Ten with the addition of UCLA and Oregon, Washington, USC joining the league. Iowa 21-6 in the Big Ten. UCLA's in 2nd, 17-7. Oregon in 3rd, 16-8, tied with USC. The opponent this weekend for Michigan State is the Spartans head out west tomorrow. Take on the Trojans in LA. Washington's in 5th at 15-9. Michigan in 6th place at 14-10. That pitch from Breezinga hits Noah Bright in the front shoulder, and he goes down to first, hit by the pitch. After Michigan, it's Illinois at 12-12, Indiana also 12-12, Rutgers at 12-12, Penn State 13-14, and Nebraska 11-13. Those are your top 11 teams. And then Michigan State and Northwestern battling for that 12th and final Big Ten playoff spot. Spartans will play at USC and then wrap it up hosting Minnesota in East Lansing, trying to lock up one of those Big Ten tournament spots. Here's the pitch from Breezinga in the dirt. 1 ball, no strikes to Parker Pico, who singled up the middle in the 2nd inning. Runner at first, nobody out here in the top of the 5th at Himes. Pico, right-handed hitter. Toss goes over to first. The runner gets back. Parker out of Rochester Adams High School. Outstanding high school player. Went to Alabama. And then decided to come back home. There's the pitch. Swung on and lifted into shallow center field. Coming on is Malley. He's under it and he makes the catch. Grady Mee and Harity started to take off for that ball, but it was high in the air and gave Malley plenty of time to come in from center field to retire Parker Pico. Runner at first with 1 down for JT Sokolov, the center fielder. Noah Bright on at first after being hit by a pitch. He's running. Line drive on a hit and run to right. This is going to be caught by the right fielder, Ostrander. He'll throw into first base. Stepping on the bag is Avery Thielman. They double up the runner who was off on the pitch. And a double play ends the 5th inning for Michigan State. Broncos bat in the 5th. Still scoreless. This is Western Michigan Baseball on YouTube Live. Three other MAC teams in action today. Toledo hosting Youngstown State. They're just getting underway. Butler is at Bowling Green. Butler leads in the first 3-0 over the Falcons. And Central Michigan and Michigan just getting underway over in Ann Arbor this afternoon. Zach Maxey out for another inning for Michigan State. Got the Broncos out in order in the fourth. It'll be Pena, me, and back to the top of the order, Tanner Malley, here in the fifth. Each team has 2 hits. Broncos threatened in the second inning. Had them at second and third with 1 out. Could not score. Here's Diego Pena. Struck out swinging in the second inning off starter Logan Picor. Facing Zach Maxey for the first time and takes a breaking ball in for a strike. 1 strike on the Muskegon Mona Shores product, Diego Pena. Stands deep in the box, slightly open at the plate, chops one over the mound to second base, and over to first. Ryan McKay to Sam Bush. They get Diego Pena on the chopper to second base. 1 down here in the Western Michigan 5th inning. I'll bring up Grady Mee, who struck out in the third. Switch hitter batting left-handed against the right-hander Zach Maxey. And that pitch is outside. 1 ball, no strikes. You don't see wind-up action anymore where the pitcher actually goes over the head with the glove in the hand, but Zach Maxey, old school wind-up here. Here's the 1-0. Change-up in there for his strike, 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike to Grady Mee. There's a pitch in there for a strike on the inside corner. Patient AB here by Grady Mee. Now with 2 strikes, he'll dig in again. Try and put something in play, shorten up. The 1-2 on the way. Swung on and fouled back and out of play. Grady let that ball get deep in the zone and then fouled it back. Comes the 520 Amtrak through campus. Pitch to Grady is over but low. Heading into town from Chicago. Two and two to Grady. They play him a little bit around the left. Center fielder Sokolov to the left of second base out there in the center field area. That wasn't even a 58-footer. That was a 54 feet. It hit in the grass before the dirt. That was almost spiked into the ground by the pitcher, Maxey. Count goes full, 3-2. The payoff pitch to Grady Mee. That clipped him on the elbow. And hit by the pitch. Grady Mee goes down to first base. Broncos have a base runner.
Now Major Broncos, number 2, Tanner Malley.
18th time that Grady's been hit by a pitch. Tie him for the team lead with Tanner Malley. You can see why Tanner Malley gets hit a lot. He stands right on top of the plate. Good speed at first base. Keep an eye on Grady. And he's running. And then he comes back and they throw back behind him and he dives back with a head first dive. That was a great sell job by Grady Mee. Sold me. 23 out of 25. in stolen base attempts for Grady Mee this year. For one of the few times, just the second time all year, he got thrown out one of his steal attempts over the weekend against the Chippewas. Gets back on a toss over there to first. Malley digs back in. Tanner 0 for 2 today and a couple of bounce outs. Pitch is high. Two and 0 the count on Tanner Malley. Malley bounced out to second and bounced out to third. So far in this one, there's Mee going. The throw is low and not in time. Stolen base for Grady Mee, his 24th theft of the season. Bright had to dig that pitch out of the dirt and try to get Grady down at second base, but Mee had a great jump on Maxey. He's in scoring position now, and a 3-0 count on Tanner Malley. Here's the set of the pitch. Is ball 4 outside, and Tanner Malley draws a walk. So the Broncos have good speed on the base pass. Mee at second, Malley at first, and the batter is Mike Maloney. But first, a conference at the mound. The infielders out there with Zach Maxey and catcher Noah Bright. Our eye on the Spartan dugout. Mark Vandermeer, the pitching coach, not coming out. They're just going to try and settle down Zach Maxey. Allow the bullpen time to get up and loose. Grady Mee on at second, hit by a pitch and a stolen base. Malley walks. He's on at first. And here's Maloney. Mike 0 for 2 today with a strikeout, and he was safe on an error in the third inning. Maxey to the belt. Long look at Mee at second base. And the pitch is fouled, backing out of play into the woods beyond the berm. Down the first base line. One strike on Maloney. Maloney hit a hard ground ball that stayed low in the grass to the shortstop. Dayton Murphy scooped that up and threw it wide of first base. There's a throw down to second, and Grady gets back with a head first dive. Good move there by Maxey with the second baseman McKay covering. He is just to the right of second base, keeping an eye on Grady Mee. Big hole to the right if Maloney can shoot one that way. Here's the one strike pitch. High and away, 1 ball, 1 strike. And Murphy at second is behind second base, just to the right of the bag. There's a pitch in the dirt. It's blocked by Bright, holds the runners. And now they're going to say Maloney swung at the pitch. They're going to say Maloney swung at that pitch. Bronco fans didn't think so. No argument, though, from the Bronco dugout at all. So it's a 1 ball, 2 strike count on Maloney. Still a huge hole over on the right side of the infield. Here's the pitch. Tried to go that way and fouled it back. One ball, 2 strikes on Maloney. Set by Zach Maxey. Looks to second. Long look at Mee. Now they fired to second base, and he almost sent it into center field. McKay had to climb the ladder and pull that pickoff throw out of the sky, or Mee would have been standing at third. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Maloney. The kick and the pitch. Swing and a fly ball to right field. Down the right field line. It's deep and in there for a base hit into the corner. Mee had to hold to make sure it wasn't going to be caught. Now his dad is waving him in, and the throw is wide. And in to score is Mee. Throw down to second, and Malley gets back. RBI single to right by Mike Maloney. Parker Pico had to run a long way trying to track that ball, which was tailing away from him toward the right field foul line. It stayed in fair territory. Pico got to it and knocked it down on a hop. Mee had to hold to make sure Pico wasn't going to catch that ball, but he still got on his horse and scored with a headfirst dive with a throw from the outfield behind and up the line, allowing Grady to score. Now Tanner Malley's at second. Maloney on at first with an RBI single. It's 1-0 Western Michigan here in the 5th. And the batter is Nevar with 2 on and 1 down. Swings and misses at the first pitch from Maxey. RBI single by Maloney breaks the scoreless tie here. Pitch to Nevar. Swung on and chopped foul into the Spartan bullpen down the right field line. Nevar singled in his last at bat, singled sharply to right field. Bounced out in the first. He's 1 for 2. Base hit drives in a run here with great speed at second base and Tanner Malley. The 0-2 on the way. Lays off a pitch outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Dylan Nevar has a great eye at the plate. Looking for something he can drive here and put in play. 1-2 the count. Here's the pitch. Swung on and driven hard down the line and right. That's a base hit. Goes all the way to the wall. Here comes Malley in to score. Maloney rounding second, and Corey Mee almost to home plate. Holds him at third base. Maloney blew a tire over there, but he was able to get back to third. There was no throw. It's a RBI double for Dylan Nevar, and the Broncos lead it now 2-0. Dylan smoked that one down in the corner and right. And now pitching coach Mark Vandermeed makes the slow walk from the dugout. Great to see Mark. He battled some health issues there for a while and got through it. Had a kidney transplant. Former head coach at Eastern Michigan. He went back to Michigan State as the pitching coach for Jake Boss, where he was prior to taking the job at Eastern Michigan. And great to see him before the game today. Going to make a pitching change here with runners at second and third. 2 runs in here in the bottom of the 5th for the Broncos. He's not going to make a pitching change. He's leaving Zach Maxey in there. Heads back to the dugout, and Avery Thielman now will bat with 2 runners in scoring position. Still only 1 out, 2 runs in here in the Bronco 5th inning. Thielman struck out looking in the second, struck out looking in the third. Infield is in. The pitch in the dirt, blocked by Bright. Maloney holds at third base. Grady Mee was hit by a pitch, stole second. Tanner Malley walked. Maloney singled into the corner and right, driving in Mee, and then an RBI double drove in a run as Tanner Malley scored on that double to right by Dylan Nevar, his 41st run batted in this season. Here's the 1-0 to Thielman. High 2-0. Spartans in on the grass here with 1 out in the 5th, trailing 2-0. Runners at 2nd and 3rd. Hard ground ball gets some at least 1 run. Here's the 2-0. Swing and a miss. Avery trying to take that one the other way. Swung through it. 2 balls and a strike to Thielman. "24 runs batted in this year for the 6'5" first baseman for the Broncos. Here's the 2-1. Swing and a foul at the plate. Count evens at 2-2. Logan Pecor started for the Spartans. He went 3 innings, and Maxey came on, worked 1, 2, 3, 4th, but has been in trouble here in the 5th and has given up 2. Here's the pitch. Swing and a fly ball, shallow right field. Drifting over is Pecor. He's under it. Here's the throw to the plate, and they hold Maloney at third base. Pico ran over near the foul line in shallow right field, made the catch, and they kept Maloney down there at third base to give Lucas Rick a chance to drive him in.
Now batting for Broncos, number 50, Lucas Rick.
Corey Mee knows the arms of the outfielders and whether or not to send to Maloney, who he held up at third base. 2 outs will give Rick a chance to deliver those runs. And the first pitch to Lucas is up over his head. 1 ball, no strikes to Lucas Rick. He walked in the 2nd inning. Flew out to center in the 4th. Rockford, Michigan. From Rockford, Michigan to Rock Valley College in Rockford, Illinois. And now back in the state at Western Michigan. Takes that one in for a strike. 1-1 on Lucas. Been a regular in that DH role most of the season. 25 runs batted in for Lucas. There's a fly ball into the gap in left center field, and that one is going to be caught. Incredible catch out there by Nick Williams. He ran it down in the gap in left center field and saved 2 runs from scoring. Lucas Rick gave it a ride, but Williams ran it down in the gap with a dive and a roll, and he holds on to retire the side. But the Broncos scored twice. We go to the 6th inning. Western Michigan 2, Michigan State nothing. This is Western Michigan Baseball on YouTube Live. The shortstop, Dayton Murphy, will lead it off. He's in the 9 hole. And then back to the top of the order, Ryan McKay and Randy Seymour do up for Michigan State. Here in the 6th, it's 2-0 Western Michigan. Breezing it back out for another inning of work, and the first pitch to Murphy is in there for a called strike. Murphy bounced out to short in the third inning. Zach Breezinger now at 56 pitches. There's the 0-1. Swinging a chopper to short. Harity waits for the big hop and throws out Murphy at first base. One up, one down here in the Spartans' sixth inning. Back to the top of the order. Ryan McKay now will bat. He's fouled out to Dylan Nevar in left field twice. First one was just into foul territory. The next one, Dylan ran all the way to the fence near the batting cages to run down a high foul fly off the bat of this guy, Ryan McKay. And there's a pitch in the dirt from Breezinger. Breezinger, 1 ball, no strikes on Ryan McKay. Spartans came into play today 25-21 overall. 3 of their 25 wins coming against Western Michigan. Broncos trying to pick up a win in the series. Here's a bouncer to Mee, and it ate him up. And that was an error to Grady Mee. Waited back and bobbled it and couldn't recover in time. And McKay is on at first. E4. That'll bring up Randy Seymour.
Now back to Spartans, number 35, Randy Seymour.
First error of the game for the Broncos. Spartans have infield the throwing error on the shortstop. Seymour 0 for 2, bounced out twice to Maloney. There's the pitch. Outside, 1 ball, no strikes. On that last one, Maloney made a great play on Seymour. Threw him out. Ranging fire to his left. Breezinger with a hot one over there to first. The runner gets back. Two runs on 4 hits, 1 error for Western Michigan. No runs, 2 hits, 1 error for Michigan State. Nobody throwing in the Bronco bullpen. Another toss over to first. Runner gets back. Spartans have a left-hander loosening in the bullpen. Seymour digs back in, the Frankfort, Illinois third baseman for the Spartans. 1-0 on the way. Swing and a bouncer to second base. Mee fire to his left, gloves it, throws him out at first. No chance to get the runner heading to second base. As that ball took Grady towards the first base bag, he made the play over there to get the hitter. Seymour, runner at second, and 2 down now for Nick Williams. Williams with that diving, rolling catch on Rick, saving 2 runs. Last inning for the Spartans defensively. Has a runner at second and 2 out, takes the first pitch outside for a ball, 1-0. One ball, no strikes. The pitch. High, ball 2, 2-0 to Nick Williams. As we mentioned, the Broncos will leave tomorrow for Kent, Ohio, play the Flashes Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And a big weekend series in the MAC. Big for teams like Western Michigan, Toledo, Eastern Michigan, and Central Michigan, all battling for the last 2 MAC tournament playoff spots. Here's the 2-1. Swing and a line drive into right. One hop to Ostrander, picks it up, throw to the plate, and they hold the runner. Throw down to second. Diego Pena trying to get the runner advancing on the throw to the plate. The runner at third holds. Second and third now for the Spartans. They've got a bit of a threat going, but 2 outs. And here comes the big fella from East Lansing, Sam Bush, with 2 runners aboard. First base open. See if they choose to pitch to this guy. Graham Sykes, the third base coach for Michigan State, wants a word with Sam. Graham heads back to third base coach's box, and the Broncos put Sam Bush on with first base open. They just don't want to mess with him. They'll trot down to first. Bases are loaded with 2 out for Caleb Berry. That shot to right was well played by Connor Ostrander. He came charging and got that ball on one hop and hustled it into the infield to keep the runner at third base. Bases loaded, 2 out. The kick and the pitch in the dirt. 1 ball, no strikes on Caleb Berry. Was set by Vriesinga. And the 1-0 pitch is outside with a fastball, 2-0. McKay's at third, Williams the runner at second, Bush on at first base. 2-0 the count on Caleb Berry. Vriesinga to the belt, the pitch. Inside. 3-0, no place to put him. Nobody throwing in the Bronco bullpen. Throw a strike, see how far you can hit it. 3-0 on the way. Ball 4, he walked in a run. Ryan McKay comes in to score on the bases loaded walk to Caleb Berry. Here's Noah Bright. Raising it, standing up there on the rubber, looking on the pitch comm. We're going to get a timeout, and Zach Putnam's going to come out and talk to his sophomore right-hander. Zach Vriesinga has thrown 70 pitches. 5 2/3 innings. He's got the bases loaded, a run in on a bases loaded walk. Spartans leave tomorrow for the West Coast to take on the USC Trojans over the weekend in Big Ten play. Trying to lock up the 12th and final Big Ten tournament spot. Noah Bright digs back in now. The conference on the mound is over. Zach Putnam trying to settle down his young right-hander, Zach Vriesinga. Bases loaded, 2 out, a run in, 2-1 Western Michigan. Here's the kick and the pitch. Breaking ball is in for a ball. It was low, said Jake Botek. 1 ball, no strikes on Noah Bright. Bright walked in the second, was hit by a pitch in the 5th. From the set, the pitch. Outside. Bronco fans wanted a called strike on that one, didn't get it. 2-0. Activity now in the Bronco bullpen. 6 straight bad ones thrown by Zach Vriesinga. The pitch. There's a strike. 2-1 the count on Noah Bright. He's out of Macomb, Michigan. Senior catcher. He's done well against the Broncos coming into today. He was 4 for 7 in the previous 3 meetings between the two teams. Here's the 2-1. checks his swing, takes a strike. Two and two now. Freezing a 1 strike away from limiting the damage to a run. Checks his runners. Stares in now, delivers. Breaking ball is fouled down the left field line. Count stays 2 and 2. Williams at third, Sam Bush down at second base. Caleb Berry, the runner, at first. A run in on a bases loaded walk to pull the Spartans to within 1, 2-1 Western Michigan. 2-2 coming up. The kick and the pitch. Ball low and away. Bronco fans wanted the strike 3 call, but didn't get it from Jake Botek. Count is full 3 and 2 with 2 outs, and they'll be off on the pitch. Oh, now the home plate umpire comes out in the middle of the diamond, and I think there was a pitch count violation. And they call out the batter, Noah Bright. Jake Boss out to talk to Jake Botek. The base runners are still out there. The Broncos have all gone into the dugout. The argument continues down the first baseline between Jake Boss and Jake Botek, the home plate umpire, who came out in the middle of the diamond and went up with the right hand before a pitch was even thrown. Must have been a pitch count violation on a 3-2 count. Jake Boss not happy. He's letting Jake Botek know it. Now the base runners head in, and the Broncos get out of a big-time jam with only 1 run scored. We go to the bottom of the 6th. It's Western Michigan 2, Michigan State 1. This is Western Michigan Baseball on YouTube Live. Well, the Broncos get out of a jam on what we believe was a pitch clock violation by the batter. I can't think of anything else. It was ruled a strikeout in the official score. But the pitch clock read 0 as the umpire came out into the grass and between home plate and the pitcher's mound and went up with a right hand. So it's the only thing I can think of. Try to get a clarification on that, but the inning ended. The Spartans leave them loaded. They do score 1. Broncos got 2 in the bottom of the 5th and lead it 2-1. New pitcher for Michigan State is a left-hander, George Vibrock III. Vibrock making his 13th appearance, all in relief, 14 2/3 innings. He's given up 11 hits, 9 runs, 7 earned, 7 walks, 10 strikeouts. Opponents hitting just .204 on this lefty, who has a 4.30 earned run average and a record of 1-0. He'll start off against a left-handed hitter, Connor Ostrander. And the conversation between the Spartan dugout and home plate umpire Jake Botek continues as Ostrander stands in here in the bottom of the 6th inning. First pitch is over but low, 1 ball, no strikes. Ostrander 1 for 2 today as a double and a ground out. The pitch swung on and fouled back and out of play. He doubled. Lucas Rick, who was on base, advanced to third base. And then on a chopper in the infield, Lucas was held at third. Ostrander took off for third base, had to hustle back to second, and he got thrown out on that bouncer to the first baseman, Bush. And now Botek calls a strike, and the chirping continues from the Michigan State dugout. It's Jake Boss in there, head coach of the Michigan State Spartans. And he is still giving it to Jake Botek. He is not happy. Oh, he just threw him out of the game. Jake Boss has been tossed. Jake Botek has tossed Jake Boss from this game. I think he said, we picked him up on the crowd mic, not giving you another warning. And the conversation continued. Jake's got his backpack and his jacket. And he's still giving it to Jake Botek, the home plate umpire, as he heads down in front of the Spartan dugout, and he'll be ushered out of here by first base umpire Josh McNally. And Jake Boss doing all the talking as McNally walks him out of the ballpark. Michigan State bus is nowhere to be found. Jake's gonna I'm not sure where they're gonna usher him to, but he's headed out of the ballpark because he just got tossed. Home plate umpire giving the pitcher for Michigan State a couple of tune-up tosses here while Jake makes his way out of the ballpark. He is almost to the gate down the right field line. And now Jake is not going to go out the right field gate because it's locked. He's just standing down there near the warning track. Now the Robert J. Bob Hymesfield staff will unlock that gate for him. First base umpire Josh McNally walks back to his post, umpiring first base. Still don't have that gate unlocked for Jake Boss, as he just stands down the right field line. This is something. They can't get the right field gate unlocked, so he's going to have to walk all the way on the warning track out to center field. Oh my goodness. An unhappy head coach of the Michigan State Spartans, Jake Boss, gets tossed. And they send him out of here and he can't get out. He's locked in. Oh man. I'm sure the Bronco players are getting a kick out of this. They got the gate open in center field now, and Jake will depart. Toss from this game. And there he goes, disappearing from sight. behind the center field fence. Jake's father, Jake Boss Sr., in the house today, watching that. Longtime high school coach in the Lansing area. Coached with his son Jake for a time at Michigan State as an assistant when Jake first took that job. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count on Connor Ostrander. The pitch. Outside 2-2. Here comes the Spartan bus. And that's where Coach Boss will hang out as the bus moves in behind the center field fence into the Waldo Stadium parking lot number 9. There's a pitch outside to Connor Ostrander, and the Spartan dugout giving it to Jake Botek. Full count on Ostrander. Broncos on top 2-1 here in the 6th. The kick and the pitch. Swung on and lifted into left field. Coming on is Williams. He's under it and makes the catch in shallow left field. Ostrander is out. 1 out here in the Broncos 6th. That'll bring up Brendan Harity. He will turn around and bat right-handed against the lefty, Vibrock.
Now make your Broncos 15, Brendan Harity.
Harity looking for his first hit today. Safe on a fielder's choice in the second. Struck out. Tries to bunt his way on and pushes it foul down the first baseline. 1 strike on Harity. One strike to count on Harity. Vibrock ready to work. The pitch swung on and driven deep into center field. Going back is Sokolov to the fence, and he leaps and makes the catch. JT Sokolov goes back on the ball, crashes into the fence at the 395 mark and hauls it in, robbing Harity of a extra base hit. 2 out, nobody on, and the batter is Diego Pena. Pena struck out swinging in the second. Bounced out to second in the 5th. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball outside. 1 ball, no strikes on Diego Pena. Vibrock to the bell. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Pena tried to hang up, went around. Vibrock's got a funky motion. He kind of stands almost with his back to the mound, not quite, about 3/4 away from the mound, or from home plate, and then steps back and comes over the top, and there's a swing and a miss. 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Diego Pena. Broncos lead at 2-1. We're in the bottom of the 6th. Two out, nobody on. The 1-2 coming up. Swing and a foul tip off the catcher. That hurt. Noah Bright took that one. I think it went off his hand. Went off his right hand. Spartan trainer comes out to see if he's all right. Mark Vandermeed comes out to check on his catcher. Mark now in charge, it would appear to be, with Coach Boss in the bus after being tossed. Going to give a warm-up toss to the catcher, see if he can throw it back. He can, and seems to be all right. Going to give him one more. And Bright able to fire it back to his pitcher. He says he's good. So back to the action. A 1-ball, 2-strike count on Pena. Interesting little battle between the Spartans and the Broncos here today. 1-2 count on Pena. The kick and the pitch. Swing and a fly ball that is foul down the right field line, and it drops safely into foul territory down past the Spartan bullpen down the right field line. Grady Mee would bat next if Diego can get on base. Sam Carlisle with a new batch of baseballs for Jake Botek behind home plate. Pena regrouping now. The pitch clock has started. 1-2 count on Diego Pena. The pitch. Swing and a miss, struck him out, and the side is retired, and a fired up V-Brock after that strikeout. Sets the Broncos down, and we'll go to the 7th. Our score, Western Michigan 2, Michigan State 1. This is Western Michigan Baseball on YouTube Live. New pitcher for the Broncos is Jake Gernon. Jake worked some time out of the bullpen yesterday and also over the weekend against Central Michigan. Comes in to make his 10th appearance. He's made one start. 9.2 innings of work, 9 2/3 innings of work for Jake Gernon. 8 hits, 8 runs, 7 earned, 7 walks. 6 strikeouts for Jake. Opponents hitting just .222 on Jake Gernon with a 6.52 earned run average. No win-loss record for Jake. We go to the 7th inning, 2-1 Western Michigan, and we did confirm it was a clock violation on the batter with the bases loaded and a 3-2 count. Home plate umpire Jake Botek called a clock violation on the hitter, and I'm pretty sure that Jake Boss said, why wasn't it on the pitcher? Well, according to Jake Botek, he felt that the Bronco pitcher was ready to go and the batter wasn't in the box when the clock went to 0. Another foul ball off the mask of Diego Pena. That's 2 fouled off his mask in this at bat by Noah Bright. I'm sure, Parker Pico, the batter. Bright was the batter that was called out on strikes for a clock violation. Now Pico digs back in. No balls, 2 strikes after fouling 2 off the mask of Pena. The pitch is swung on and Driven into left center field for a base hit. Pico with a big turn will hold with a single. Leadoff single for Michigan State here in the 7th inning. 2-1, Broncos on top.
And back from Spartans number 2, JT Suckler.
That'll bring up the center fielder, JT Sokolov, who made a fine running catch over the shoulder in center field. Last inning. Right-handed hitter. Puts the bunt down. Jake Gernon fields it. Flips to first and threw it away. Jake fielded the ball, got up and threw it wide of the bag. Grady Mee ran it down as he was hustling over there to back up. And now the Spartans have him at first and second with nobody out here in the 7th inning. Left-hander loosening in the Bronco bullpen. And we're going to get a pinch hitter here for Michigan State. Will Shannon will bat. Shannon will bat for the shortstop, Dayton Murphy. Shannon is 6'6", 238, senior from Bloomfield Hills. Went to Brother Rice High School and transferred from Hillsdale. Pinch hitting here with 2 runners aboard and nobody out. First pitch is in for a strike. Shannon steps out. Now he digs back in, stands deep in the box. Feet shoulder width apart. Swings and drives one into deep center field. Malley going back to the track, to the wall. It's gone. Shannon with a pinch hit 3-run homer puts Michigan State on top. To straightaway center field. Over the head of Tanner Malley and into lot 9 at Waldo Stadium. And with one swing, Michigan State takes the lead. They're fired up after their head coach got tossed. Shannon pinch hitting for Murphy, and he clobbers one out of here to center field. And we'll get a pitching change. Here as the Spartans take the lead for the first time today. It's Michigan State 4, Western Michigan 2 on that 3-run homer off Jake Gernon. Broncos will go to the bullpen. We'll tell you about the new pitcher after this short timeout. This is Western Michigan Baseball on YouTube Live. Lefty Trevor Roddy on to pitch for the Broncos. He's a freshman, 6'1", 185 out of Zeeland East High School. Making just his 4th appearance, 2 1/3 innings for Trevor Roddy. He's given up 4 hits, 3 runs, all earned, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts. Comes on in relief of Gernon, who could not get an out. Gave up a base hit up the middle to Pico. Then Sokolov was safe on an error by Gernon on a bunt attempt. On came Shannon to pinch hit for Murphy, and he blasted one out of here to center field to give Michigan State the 4-2 lead. Now Roddy's first pitch is way outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Ryan McKay, the leadoff man for Michigan State, back up there. Safe on an error by Grady Mee in the 6th and scored the Spartans' first run. There's a strike from Trevor Roddy. 1 ball, 1 strike. You play McKay around to left. The set by Roddy and the pitch. Breaking ball, 1 hop to the shortstop. Harity stabs it and throws him out. The ball was hit sharply. Harity waited for the big hop as it was hit hard enough for him to stay back on the ball, and almost on the outfield grass in left, he throws out the runner at first base. 1 down here in the Spartans' 7th. That'll bring up the third baseman, Randy Seymour. Seymour 0 for 3, bounced out 3 times, twice to third, once to second. Takes the first pitch from Roddy outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Broncos took the lead with a 2-run 5th. Michigan State got 1 back in the 6th, and they've added 3 here in this inning on a 3-run pinch hit home run. Count now 2-0 on Seymour. Play Seymour deep and straight away. 2-0 on the way. Swung on and fouled down out of the berm on the right field line. Bounces up on the sidewalk and into the woods. 2-1 on Seymour, Frankfort, Illinois. Big 6'5" third baseman for Michigan State. 2-1 on Seymour. Leans back on that back leg, fouls this one back. Count evens now at 2-2. Went to Lincoln Way East High School in Frankfort, Illinois. Got a great arm down there at third base, too. Showed it off a couple of times today. 2-2, the pitch. Swing and a miss. Roddy comes back and gets the strikeout. Two down. That'll bring up Nick Williams. Williams 1 for 3. Flew out to right in the 1st. Flew out to center in the 4th. Both sharply hit balls and then singled in the 6th. There's a chopper to short. Big hop for Harity. Guns it across to first, and Williams is retired. But Michigan State gets a 3-run pinch hit home run from Will Shannon to take the lead. We go to the bottom of the 7th. Michigan State 4, Western Michigan 2. This is Western Michigan baseball on YouTube Live. Vibrock back out on the mound for another inning of work, with the shortstop Murphy being lifted for the pinch hitter. Some defensive changes. Seymour moves over from third over to short, and on to play third base is Jake Anderson. So Anderson now at third. Seymour shifts over from third to short to replace Murphy, who was lifted for the pinch hitter. And that move paid off as Will Shannon hit a 3-run homer over the center field fence to give Michigan State the 4-2 lead. But the Broncos still with 9 outs to play with as they bat in the 7th inning. It'll be 9-1-2 for Western Michigan. Grady Mee, Tanner Malley, and Mike Maloney. Grady will turn around and bat right-handed against the lefty, George Vibrock III. Grady struck out in the 3rd, was hit by a pitch in the 5th, and stole the base. Squares the bunt, pushes one towards second base. Quick glove shove over to first, and they get Grady Mee. Well done by the second baseman, Ryan McKay. That was almost perfectly placed by Grady, just a little too hard. He pushed it past the pitcher to the second baseman, but McKay, charging hard, got there, and with his glove flipped it to first. And they get Grady by half a step. One down here in the 7th inning. That'll bring up Tanner Malley. First pitch is a fastball to knees. 1 strike on Tanner. He's 0 for 2 plus a walk. Scored a run in the 5th inning. 1 strike on Tanner. They play him medium depth in the outfield and pretty much straight away. There's a foul backing out of play. 0-2 now on Tanner. Played an outstanding center field. Coach moved him out there. He's been an infielder his whole life, and coach liked the athleticism, moved him out to center field, and all he does is catch everything. No balls and 2 strikes. The pitch. It's up high. A ball and 2 strikes on Tanner. Mike Maloney on deck here as the Broncos bat in the 7th inning on a beautiful day in Kalamazoo. Temperature in the upper 70s. Checks his swing on a pitch in the dirt. He went around though, and they'll complete the strikeout with the throw from Bright down to Bush at first base. And Tanner's out on strikes. That'll bring up Maloney with nobody on and 2 out. Mike singled in a run in the 5th inning. He struck out in the 1st, was safe on a throwing error by the shortstop in the 3rd. Vibrock works from the set. The pitch. Outside, 1 ball, no strikes on Maloney. Kicking the pitch. High and away. 2-0 on Mike. Corey Meade down there at third base coach's box. Associate head coach for the Broncos. Longtime head coach at Toledo. Now in his 3rd season with Coach Kernan here at Western Michigan. Josh Rebrandt, his 1st season down there at first base coaching. Josh, along with pitching coach Zach Putnam, their 1st year on the Coach Kernan staff here at Western Michigan. 3-0 now the count on Maloney. The pitch is in there for his strike. 3-1 on Mike. Nevar would bat next. The 3-1 offering coming up. Here it is. High, ball 4. Maloney draws a walk. That'll bring up Nevar. Dillon could tie this thing up with 1 swing of the bat.
Now back for Broncos, number 15, Dillon.
They play him deep and straight away. Working against the lefty Vibrock. Swings and fouls one back. One strike on Dill. Bounced out to second in the first, singled sharply to right in the third, and then doubled down in the corner and right in the fifth. Picked up RBI number 41 on that double. There's a strike call in the outside corner. Dillon down in the count now. No balls and 2 strikes to the lefty, George Vibrock III. Bush holding Maloney on at first. They got the shift on again against Nevar. 3 infielders on the right of second base. Pitches outside. Third baseman Anderson holding down the shortstop position. Nobody in the normal third baseman's position. There's a bouncer right at the shortstop, and he'll step on the bag and retire the side. They had him played right, and Dillon hit it right at the shortstop, who was playing on the right side of second base. Scoops it up, steps on the bag to end the inning. We go to the 8th. Michigan State 4, Western Michigan 2. This is Western Michigan baseball on YouTube Live. Trevor Roddy back out for a second inning of work, and he will face the 4, 5, 6 hitters for Michigan State here in the top of the 8th inning. Spartans took the lead on a 3-run pinch hit home run by Will Shannon off of Jake Gernon. Bush will stand in, left-handed hitter against the lefty Trevor Roddy. Nobody throwing in the Bronco bullpen. Here's the set by Roddy. Works from the set position. The pitch. Bush squares the bunt, pulls it back, takes one outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Longtime assistant coach Graham Sykes down there at third base for Michigan State, and former Bronco Andrew Stone, first base coach for Michigan State. Andrew, an outstanding hitter for Western Michigan. Coach Gernon back in the day out of Portage Northern High School. Got an opportunity there at Michigan State after coaching across the street at K College. Joined Coach Boss's staff and coaching down there at first base. His dad, Jeff Stone, longtime administrator in the Western Michigan Athletic Department. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Bush. Playing him deep and around to right. They have 3 infielders on the right side of the infield. There's a swing and a slow chopper down the first baseline, and Thielman will pick it up in foul territory. So the count's 2-2 on Bush. He'll head back. It's a bad back from the on-deck hitter, and digs back in. 2 balls and 2 strikes facing the lefty, Trevor Roddy. 4-2, Spartans with a lead. The pitch high, 3-2. Just joined us, Michigan State coach Jake Boss was tossed after his hitter was called out on strikes with the bases loaded and 2 outs for a clock violation. There's a bouncer to the second baseman. Grady Mee has it over to first, and Bush is retired. So the Broncos employ that same shift that the Spartans did to Nevar, and they get Sam Bush to lead off the 8th. That'll bring up Caleb Berry, Knoxville, Tennessee grad student, DHing today. Singled in the 2nd, struck out in the 4th, walked with the bases loaded in the 6th for an RBI. The pitch. That one's over but low. 1 ball, no strikes. I don't think either dugout is particularly like the strike zone of Jake Botek behind the plate. Here's the 1-0 on the way. Swing and a slow chopper to second. Mee charges, fires to first in time. Caleb Berry is out. 2 down. That'll bring up the catcher, Noah Bright. Coach Boss carried the conversation with home plate umpire Jake Botek on into the next inning after that call ended a threat for Michigan State, and he was eventually tossed out of here. Pitch is in there for a strike. Coach had to walk down the right field line. The gate was locked. They had to let him out in center field, so quite a long walk for Coach, and then the bus had to roll up to allow him a place to go. 1 ball, 1 strike now on Noah Bright. The set by Trevor Roddy, and the 1-1 on the way. Swing and a chopper to short. Harity stays back on it and throws him out at first by half a step. Bright runs well, but Harity has a hose and gets him on the bounce out to retire the side. We go to the bottom of the 8th. It's Michigan State 4, Western Michigan 2. This is Western Michigan Baseball on YouTube Live. Back to that incident that led to the ejection of Coach Boss. The Spartans had the bases loaded, trailing 2-1 at the time, and a 3-2 count on the hitter. And the clock wound down to 0. And speculation on my part, though, is that Jake Botek said the hitter wasn't ready and the pitcher was ready to throw, but he couldn't because the batter wasn't in the batter's box. And speculating that Coach Boss felt why it wasn't on Zach Friesinger, the pitcher at the time, and instead on his hitter. And that created the controversy that led to the ultimate ejection of Coach Boss. But his team got fired up by that and took the lead on a 3-run homer by pinch hitter Will Shannon in the 7th inning. Broncos still with 6 outs to play with as they bat in the bottom of the 8th, down 4-2. 4, 5, 6 hitters due up for Western Michigan. Vibrock still out there for the Spartans, and the first pitch to Thielman is over but low. 1 ball, no strikes, Avery Thielman. Play him medium depth straight away in the outfield. Ball and a no strike count on him. Takes one in there for a strike on the inside corner. Avery struck out looking in the 2nd, struck out swinging in the 3rd, and flew out to right in the 5th. 1 ball, 1 strike count on the former Maroon Giant. The kick and the pitch. High and away, 2-1. Two balls, 1 strike. The set and the pitch. Swung on and fouled down onto the berm, down the right field line. Thielman hit that one a long way, but got around late. Thielman, Rick, and Ostrander due up here for the Broncos. 2-2 on Avery. Vibrock kicks and pitches. Swung on and fouled back. Thielman struck out looking in the 2nd inning, but it was quite a battle at the plate. He fouled off about 6 pitches with 2 strikes, and then finally took a call 3rd that he didn't think was in the strike zone. 2-2. Swing and a chopper to 3rd and into left field for a base hit. That was the old Olay there by Jacob Anderson, who came on to play 3rd base. That was hit hard by Avery Thielman, and they're going to give him a base hit on that. It was hit hard, and Anderson waved at it with the glove and watched it go into left field. Here's Rick with a runner at first. Nobody out here in the Broncos' 8th inning. They trail by 2, 4-2. The pitch is high and ruled a strike. Lucas is a tall dude, and that was up in the zone, and they go up with the right hand. 1 strike on Lucas. The kick and the pitch. Outside with that one. 1 ball, 1 strike on Lucas Rick. He's got 7 home runs. He could tie it up with 1 swing here. Right-handed hitting DH from Rockford, Michigan. Swings and pops this one up on the infield. It's behind home plate. The catcher doesn't see it, and it drops safely. But holding at first was Thielman, and he's thrown out at 2nd base. That was popped up in front of home plate. It was a fair ball. Noah Bright could not see it. He lost it. The 3rd baseman, Anderson, came charging in along with a pitcher, and it dropped amongst the 3 of them. But because Avery had to hang around first base, he didn't have enough time to get down to 2nd, and they throw him out. It's a force out at 2nd. Lucas Rick is lifted for the pinch runner. As Ostrander stands in there with 1 out, a runner at first. Cooper Hums, the pinch runner at first base. Here's the pitch, and it's in there for a strike. Ostrander doubled in the 2nd, grounded out to 2nd in the 4th, flew out to left in the 6th. get a shot over the head of the left fielder for a 2-base hit earlier in the game. There's a bouncer to second, and it's bobbled by the second baseman. Everybody's safe. Hums hustles back into the bag at second after making the turn as McKay booted the ball at second base. Spartans have had some issues defensively here today. It's been a trend.
Now back to the Broncos with their key, Brandon Hardy.
Second error of the day on the Spartans as that one bounced off the glove of the second baseman, Ryan McKay. 2 runners aboard now with 1 out for Harity. Brendan takes a pitch at the letters for a strike, and he turns around and has a word with Jake Boton. 1 strike to count on Harity. Kicking the pitch, swing and a miss. Changed up on him, and Brendan was way out in front. No balls and 2 strikes. Hums the runner at second. Pinch running for Rick. Ostrander on at first. 0-2 on the way. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Harity goes down on strikes, has a word with the umpire as he heads to the dugout. And Diego Pena will bat now with 2 outs and 2 on. Pena struck out swinging in the second, grounded out to second in the 5th, struck out in the 6th inning swinging. Chance to drive in a run. Hums down at second base. The pitch in the dirt, blocked by Bright behind the plate, holds the runners. 1 ball, no strikes on Diego Pena. Grady Mee would bat next if Pena can get on. George V. Brock III delivers. Breaking ball in for a called strike, 1-1. V. Brock is from Bethel, Connecticut. Went to Bethel High School. Transferred to Michigan State from Denison. From the set, the pitch swung on and fouled back and out of play. And V. Brock ahead of the hitter. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Broncos leave tomorrow for Kent, Ohio to get ready for the Flashes, whom they meet Friday at 6, Saturday at 3, and Sunday at 1 in a big second to last weekend in conference play. The 1-2 on the way, swung on and chopped foul down the first baseline. Count stays 1-2 on Pena. Michigan State will head out of town. They got a little farther to travel. All the way to Southern California to meet the USC Trojans. Now a member of the Big Ten along with UCLA, Oregon, and Washington. Here's a 1-2 pitch. Swung on and lifted into center field. Drifting back and under it is Sokolov, and he hauls it in to retire the side. The Broncos strand a pair. We go to the 9th. Michigan State 4, Western Michigan 2. This is Western Michigan Baseball on YouTube Live. Trevor Roddy's done a nice job out of the bullpen for Western Michigan. Just his 4th appearance, and he's done a nice job up to this point. Facing the Spartans here in the 9th inning. 4-2 Michigan State on top thanks to a 3-run homer by pinch hitter Will Shannon in the 7th inning. Parker Pico leads it off. Pitch from Roddy is outside. 1 ball, no strikes. It'll be Pico followed by Sokolov, and then Jake Anderson, who came on to play third base, replacing the pinch hitter Shannon in the field. 1 ball, no strikes. The pitch is swung on and lined right at Grady Mead. Pico hit it on the sweet spot, but right at Grady at second base. 1 down here in the 9th. Hudsonville product JT Sokolov steps in. Started his college career at Illinois State, comes back to his home state to play for the Spartans. Outstanding defensive center fielder for Coach Boss and the Spartans. Kicking the pitch is over but low. 1 ball, no strikes to Sokolov. Broncos will have 9-1-2 due up in their half of the 9th inning, trailing by 2 if they get this next out. 2-0 now the count on Sokolov. They play him straight away in the outfield. Maloney is in on the grass at third base. The pitch, swing and a little nubber down the first baseline. Thielman steps on the bag to retire Sokolov. 2 down. And that'll bring up Anderson, who came on to play third base. Defensively for the Spartans, he'll get his first at bat. Anderson hitting .171. 12 hits and 70 at-bats. Takes the pitch outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Couple of doubles, couple of home runs for this guy. 11 RBIs. Kicking the pitch. High and away. Playing in his 31st game. 2-0 the count on him now on that pitch that was outside. Roddy trying to get out of here and give his team a chance. Down 2. There's a swing and a miss on a changeup. 2-1 the count on Anderson. From Oakland Township. Went to Notre Dame Prep. Swing and a miss. 2-2. Steps out, adjusts the batting gloves. Digs back in with a pitch clock at 8. 2-2 on the way. Swung on and lifted high into center field, left center field. Malley is drifting over and under it. Reaches up, makes the catch. Spartans are out in the 9th. The Broncos down by 2. Bat in the bottom of the 9th. It's Michigan State 4, Western Michigan 2. This is Western Michigan Baseball on YouTube Live. 9-1-2 hitters due up in the ninth for Western Michigan. Grady Mee, the second baseman, will lead it off.
Number 1, Grady Mee.
Grady struck out in the third, was hit by a pitch and scored in the fifth, grounded out, trying to bunt his way on in the seventh. The pitch to him is in there for a called strike from the 3 innings of work out of the bullpen. He's given up just 1 hit, a walk, and 3 strikeouts. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a bouncer to short. Glove there by the shortstop Seymour, and he throws out Grady Mee. 1 down here in the Bronco 9th inning. Back to the top of the order for Tanner Malley.
Now back to the Broncos. Number 2, Tanner Malley.
Tanner, looking for his first hit today. Grounded out to first in the first inning, grounded out to third in the third, walked and scored in the fifth, and struck out in the seventh. He's going to come back to the dugout. Coach Kernan out for a word with Tanner Malley. Broncos need a base runner as they trail by 2. Maloney to follow Tanner Malley. Coach Kernan back in the dugout. Malley back in the batter's box, standing right out on top of the plate. The kick and the pitch. Strike. Caught the outside corner. 1 strike on Tanner Malley. Batting at .349. The pitch almost clipped him inside. Boy, there's not a lot of daylight between an inside pitch and Tanner, who stands right on top of the plate. That one got under the hands for a ball, 1-1. The kick and the pitch, swing and a miss on a breaking ball. Late swing there by Tanner as he saw that ball breaking into the zone, and it's a 1-ball, 2-strike count. Vibrock is very deceptive with that delivery of his. Really hides the ball behind his body before delivering the pitch. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a line drive foul down the right field line. Home plate umpire Jake Botok asks for 3 more balls that Sam Carlisle will gather up for him. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Tanner Malley. Here in the ninth, Broncos down by 2. The pitch. Swing and a base hit up the middle. Tanner stayed in there that time and drove it sharply into center for a base hit. 1 on, 1 out. That'll bring out Maloney. Activity in the Spartan bullpen. Couple of righties warming up. Sure, they would like to leave Vibrock in there to face the next hitter, Dylan Nevar. Vibrock to the belt. The kick and the pitch. Swing and a base hit to right. Maloney lines it sharply to right. Malley will hold at second base. And that'll bring up Dylan Nevar with 2 runners aboard and 1 out. Nevar with a couple of hits today. Grounded out to second in the first. Singled in the third. Doubled in a run in the fifth. And bounced into a fielder's choice in the seventh. Mark Vandermeer making the slow walk out from the dugout, and he's going to make a pitching change. They're going to take the lefty out and bring on a right-hander to face Dylan Nevar. Spartans go to the bullpen. It'll be Szczepaniak for the Spartans. Ryan Szczepaniak, 6'4" sophomore from Woodhaven. He's going to come on and face Dylan Nevar. And Dylan Nevar looking for his 8th home run of the season. Could walk it off with a bomb here. Good speed on the base pass with Malley at second. Maloney on at first. Back-to-back singles off the lefty Vibrock. And so Szczepaniak comes on to face Nevar. And Dylan walked off a game against Bowling Green last year with a home run. 2 home runs behind all-time home run king Cade Sullivan here at Western Michigan. Dylan, the all-time leader in RBI and total bases at Western Michigan. Szczepaniak finishing off his warm-up tosses. Was a bit surprised they pulled the lefty for the right-hander to face Nevar, but that was the call from Mark Vandermeet. And check Szczepaniak's numbers. This will be his 9th appearance. He's had 3 starts. 10 innings on the mound, giving up 20 hits, 15 runs, all earned, 8 walks, 9 strikeouts. He's given up 6 doubles, 2 triples, and a home run. Opponent's hitting .435 on Szczepaniak, who has to face one of the top hitters in the Mid-American Conference, Dylan Nevar. The pitch, high, 1 ball, no strikes. Malley at second, Maloney on at first. The 1-0 pitch coming up from Szczepaniak. The look to second. And the pitch is outside to Dylan. 2-0. Avery Thielman is the on-deck hitter for Western Michigan. Dylan, a couple of taps to home plate with the bat. The 2-0 pitch coming up from Szczepaniak with 2 runners aboard. 4-2 Spartans. The pitch is outside. 3-0 now to Dylan. And my guess, he's got the green light here. With a 3-ball, no strike count. 2 runners aboard. Broncos down by 2 here in the bottom of the 9th. The kick and the pitch. Checks his swing, lays off a pitch on the inside corner for a strike. 3-1. Dylan being urged on by his teammates. The 3-1 count against Szczepaniak, and the pitch is over but low. Ball 4, and Nevar draws a walk. Now the tying run is at second base, and Avery Thielman will bat. Nevar goes down to first, and here comes Mark Vandermeet out of the dugout again. Going to go to his bullpen again after Szczepaniak walks Dylan Nevar. Well, the right-hander coming in for Michigan State. We'll tell you about this pitching change in a moment. Broncos trying to rally back here in the bottom of the 9th. They have the bases loaded and 1 out, down 4-2 to Michigan State. This is Western Michigan Baseball on YouTube Live. Tommy Shapansky, the new pitcher. 6'5", 240-pound junior right-hander from Bay City. Transferred back to the state from Virginia Tech. Check his numbers. Shapansky making his 9th appearance, all in relief. 8 1/3 innings of work. He's given up 6 hits, 7 runs. 4 of those were earned. 8 walks, 12 strikeouts. Opponents hitting just 200 off Tommy Shapansky. He's got a 4.32 earned run average, a 1-0 record in those 8 appearances, all in relief. Broncos have him loaded with 1 out here in the 9th, trailing by 2, 4-2 to Michigan State. The Spartans took the lead on a 3-run pinch hit homer by Will Shannon in the 7th inning. And up steps Avery Thielman, the hometown product, trying to be the hometown hero today. Malley at third, Maloney, the runner, at second, Nevar on at first. Needs something into the outfield to try and tie this game up. There's a pitch in for a strike. 1 strike on Avery Thielman. Took that one outside corner at the knees from Shapansky. Tommy works from the set with the bases loaded. The 0-1 on the way. In the dirt, blocked by Bright behind the plate. Ball and a strike to Thielman. Taking a look at that white bat of his. It's not very white anymore. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bases loaded. The pitch. Lays off a pitch out of the strike zone. 2-1. That was outside. 2 balls and a strike to Avery Thielman. Shapansky from the set looks to third. Now the pitch. Over but low. 3-1. A walk here forces in a run and pulls the Broncos to within 1. More activity in the Spartan bullpen. 2 right-handers throwing. Here's the set and the 3-1. Gets by the catcher. Ball 4 anyway. Into score comes Malley. Down to first goes Thielman. Down to second goes Nevar. And into third is Mike Maloney. The tying run is 90 feet away. And the batter is Cooper Hums. Cooper came on to run for Lucas Rick, and now will bat for the first time today. Cooper's a left-handed hitter. The set by Shapansky, and the pitch is a strike. 1 strike on Cooper. Hums batting at 145. He's got 8 hits and 55 at-bats. No balls and 1 strike to Cooper Hums. The pitch. That's outside. 1-1. Maloney at first. I should say Maloney at third. Nevar at second. Thielman on at first. Broncos down a run with 1 out here in the bottom of the 9th. The kick and the pitch. In there for a strike on a changeup. Cooper laid off. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Cooper runs well. He'd be tough to double up. The 1-2 pitch coming up from Shapansky. Here it is. Swinging a chopper to second base. Big hop over to second for 1. The relay is not in time. Into score comes Maloney. The Broncos have tied it at 4. Cooper came flying out of that batter's box and beat the relay from the shortstop, Seymour, after the second baseman, Ryan McKay, went up high to get that high chop. It'll bring up Ostrander. He'll try and walk it off with a runner at third and a runner at first with 2 out in a tie game. Szczepanski ready to go. Will work from the set. Runners at first and third. The kick on the pitch. Swing and a miss. 1 strike on Ostrander. Nevar, the winning run at third base. Here's the set by Szczepanski. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. No balls and 2 strikes now on Ostrander. He's got a big hole there at shortstop. Shortstop Seymour pulled over near the bag at second base. Connor shortens up here with a 2-strike count. Szczepanski kicks and pitches. Outside. Oh, the catcher Bright was headed to the dugout. Home plate umpire Jake Botek called it a ball, 1-2. Broncos trying to walk it off here, tied at 4. Winning run at third base. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Struck him out to retire the side, but the Broncos scored 2 to send this one to extra innings. After 9, it's Western Michigan 4, Michigan State 4. This is Western Michigan Baseball on YouTube Live. New pitcher for Western Michigan, Turner Dorn, coming on. Great job by the freshman Trevor Roddy out of the bullpen. Pitches 3 innings, no hits, a strikeout, 31 pitches. Here's Dorn. Let's check his numbers. This will be his 14th appearance, all in relief. 17 2/3 innings for Turner. He's given up 17 hits, 13 runs, 11 of those earned, 11 walks, 22 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .274 on Turner Dorn. He's got a 1-2 record and a 5.60 earned run average. I think the last thing these two teams wanted was extra innings in a Wednesday game, going into big road trips for each team in conference play this weekend. But that's what we have. Broncos 4 runs on 7 hits, 2 errors. They've left 11 men on base. Michigan State 4 runs on 5 hits, 2 errors. They've left 5 on base. Top of the order for Michigan State: McKay, Seymour, and Williams against Turner Dorn. Broncos have won 5 in a row, trying to keep the winning streak going. Here's the set by Dorn, and the pitch to McKay is high. 1 ball, no strikes to Ryan. McKay fouled out twice in the first and third innings to Dylan Nevar in left. Safe on an error in the 6th and scored. Bounced out to short in the 7th. The kick and the pitch. Strike on the outside corner at the letters, 1-1. Spartans continuing on without their head coach Jake Boss, who got tossed. There's a bouncer to second base. Backhand stab by me over to first. And McKay is retired. 1 down in the Spartan 10th inning. That'll bring up Randy Seymour. Started at third base, shifted over to shortstop. Looking for his first hit today. Grounded out 3 times, twice to third, once to second, and struck out in his last at bat in the 7th inning. Big, tall, left side of the infield infielder for Michigan State. He takes the first pitch for a ball, 1 ball, no strikes. 6'4". Got a big arm over there, third base and shortstop. 1-0 pitch on the way is outside. 2-0 to Seymour. Turner's been doing some nice work out of the bullpen for pitching coach Zach Putnam and head coach Billy Gernon, and they call on him here. Try to get the Broncos up in the bottom of the 9th, chance to win it. Here's a fly ball to left. Dylan Nevar coming in, and he's got it. Getting a little bit dark here at Himes Field not because of the time of day, but because of the cloud cover that has just engulfed the sunshine. 2 outs here in the 10th, and the batter is Nick Williams. Turner Dorn to the belt. The pitch. Strike, slider in there for a strike call at the knees. 1 strike on Nick Williams. Playing Williams deep, and I mean deep. Nevar is on the warning track in left field, like a foot in front of the dirt out there in left. Swinging a miss by Williams. No balls and 2 strikes. Malley deep in center. Likewise for Ostrander in right. Turner Dorn's ahead of the hitter. Checks pitch comm on the left wrist. Ready to go. Here's the 0-2 in the dirt. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Williams, who has home run power. He has 5 bombs this year. The guy up next leads the Spartans in homers with 12. That's Bush, the first baseman. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The kick and the pitch. Swing and a fly ball center field. It's hit sharply, but right at Tanner Malley. He reaches up and makes the catch in right center to retire the side. The Broncos try and walk it off in the 10th. It's Western Michigan 4, Michigan State 4. This is Western Michigan Baseball on YouTube Live. Broncos had a chance to end it in the 9th, but couldn't get that winning run in from third base after tying the score at 4. Turner Dorn retires the Spartans in order in the top of the 10th, and now the Broncos will try and walk it off here in the bottom of the 10th inning. It'll be Harity, Pena, and Me, the scheduled hitters for Western Michigan. Harity switches around to the left side to bat against the right-hander Shapansky. The pitch is over but low. 1 ball, no strikes to Brendan Harity. Harity looking for his first hit today. Safe on a fielder's choice in the second. Struck out swinging in the fourth. Flew out to center in the sixth. Struck out in the eighth. Resetting the pitch clock out there, and now we're ready to go. Szczepanski to the belt, the pitch. Outside 2-0 to Brendan Harity. Right-hander throwing in the Spartan bullpen. 2 balls and no strikes to Harity. Szczepanski kicks and fires. Outside. 3-0 now to Harity. Three balls and no strikes to former Brighton Bulldog, Brendan Harity. The kick and the pitch is way outside, ball 4. And Harity is the winning run on at first base. Good speed down there for the Broncos. Batter is Diego Pena, the catcher. And Mark Vandermeer out of the dugout. He's going to bring on a new pitcher. Szczepanski came on in relief last inning to replace Szczepaniak. Came on to pitch to Dylan Nevar as they lifted the left-hander Vibrock, who was working on his 4th inning of work out of the bullpen. So now a new Spartan pitcher coming on. This looks like they'll go to the right-hander, Gavin Masalowski. Gavin Masalowski comes on. Check his numbers. This will be just his 3rd appearance. 2 2/3 innings. He's given up 5 hits, 5 runs, all earned, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts. Opponent's hitting .385 on Masalowski. He's got a 16.88 earned run average. No win-loss record. So the Spartans getting deep into their bullpen here. They've got a key weekend series out west at Southern Cal against the Trojans, trying to lock up a Big Ten tournament spot. So using some of the back end of the bullpen. Broncos have the winning run at first base here in the 10th, Brendan Harity. Broncos scored 2 in the 5th. Spartans added 1 in the 6th to make it 2-1. Michigan State got a pinch hit 3-run homer in the 7th from Will Shannon. Broncos scored 2 in the 9th to send it to extra innings. Here's Pena, probably called upon here to bunt to get Harity down to second base. Masalowski steps off. Having some issues, I think, with the pitch comm. They wear the pitch comm under the cap. It's a verbal indicator. Well, the Spartans will meet near the mound and probably give him a new one. Battery's probably out on the one that he's wearing. They give him a new one. Straps it in, gets the hat back on, and Diego Pena digs back in with a runner at first. Looking for the bunt. Third baseman Anderson is in on the grass. Pena squares the bunt, pulls it back, takes the ball. 1 ball, no strikes on Diego Pena. Anderson at third base. Could almost shake hands with Diego. 1 ball, no strikes. The pitch. Bunted it, and it is foul down the first baseline. 1 ball, 1 strike on Pena. Harity was rounding second, headed to third. He'll have to head back across the infield. Pena back to the batter's box with a 1 ball, 1 strike count on him. Diego trying to get that ball down on the right side of the infield. First baseman Bush holding Harity on there. Here's the 1-1. The bunt is down. Good one there by Diego. Pushes it out. Fielded by the pitcher. Underhand toss to Bush. Diego does his job. Sacrifice bunt. Moves Harity down to second base. And that'll bring up Grady Mee. Grady Mee can deliver a win for the Broncos with a base hit. Left-handed this time for Grady, but first called back to the dugout area. Coach Gernon wants to have a word with Grady. 1 out, runner at second, tie game 4-4. Broncos tied it up with 2 runs in the 9th inning. Had the winning run at third base. Could not get it across home plate, so we went to extra innings. Turner Dorn got Michigan State out 1-2-3 in the 10th. Harity walked. He was sacrificed to second by Diego Pena, and now Grady Mee will bat with a winning run at second base. Tied at 4 here in the bottom of the 10th. Here's the kick and the pitch. Outside. 1 ball, no strikes on Grady Mee. The set, the pitch. High, 2-0. Musolowski. Right-hander in here in the 10th, out of the bullpen. 2-0 the count. The pitch way outside. 3 balls and no strikes to Grady. Do they give him the green light here on 3-0? Probably not. Got the top of the order. Tanner Malley coming up next. The 3-0 on the way. Ball 4 inside, and Grady Mee draws a walk. That'll bring up Tanner Malley. Tanner has a chance to be the hero and walk it off. Base hit would score Harity. He's got great speed down there at second base. Musolowski to the belt. The pitch is a strike on the inside corner. 1 strike on Tanner. Tanner singled and scored in the 9th inning. He also has a walk and a run scored in the 5th. 0-1 the count on Tanner Malley. The pitch high, 1-1. Malley grounded out to first in the 1st inning, grounded out to third in the 3rd, walked and scored in the 5th, struck out swinging in the 7th, singled and scored in the 9th. The pitch, swing and a slow roller down to the pitcher. Musolowski throws him out. Malley is out. The runners advance to second and third, and that'll bring up Nevar with a chance to win it. Tanner got his bat on the ball, a slow chopper to the first base side of the mound. Musolowski came off the mound and made a nice play to get the speedy Malley. Runners advance, and it's not Nevar, it's Maloney batting. Nevar with bat next. Maloney will try and walk it off. The pitch is a strike at the belt. One strike on Mike Maloney. Trying to walk this one off in the 10th inning. Tied at 4. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Musolowski ahead of Maloney. No balls and 2 strikes. Harity, the winning run down at third base. Musolowski to the belt. The 0-2 on the way. Swing and a foul off the glove of the catcher. Maloney stays alive. Just got a piece of that off the end of the bat. Nevar with bat next. The Broncos don't win it here. No balls, 2 strikes. The pitch high. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Maloney. Mike has a couple of hits today. Got a big hit in the 9th and scored. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a fly ball foul down the right field line and bounces beyond the Spartan bullpen down there. Runners head back. Me to second. Harity to third. Maloney regrouping around home plate. Gavin Musolowski trying to send this one to the 11th for Michigan State. The 1-2 on the way. Swing and a miss. Maloney goes down on strikes. The Broncos strand a winning run at third base again. And we go to the 11th inning here at Himes Field. Western Michigan 4, Michigan State 4. This is Western Michigan baseball on YouTube Live.
Spartans number 24, Sam Bush.
Here we go, top of the 11th. Sam Bush leads it off. Hitless today has a walk. And he lifts one into right center field. Malley drifting back near the warning track. He's under it and makes the catch in front of the fence in right center field. Bush gave it a ride, but Malley hauls it in at the fence. 1 pitch and 1 down here in the Spartan 11th inning. That'll bring up the DH, Caleb Berry. Berry singled in the 2nd, struck out in the 4th. Walked with the bases loaded, picked up an RBI in the 6th, grounded out to 2nd in the 8th inning. Facing Dorn for the first time, and it's a pitch outside, 1-0 the count on Caleb Berry. Noah Bright, the on-deck hitter for the Spartans here in the 11th. One-0 count on Berry. The pitch is over but low. 2-0. Turner had an outstanding season a year ago for the Broncos out of the bullpen and has pitched well here of late for Western Michigan. There's a breaking pitch in for a strike. Got the slide piece on the inside part of the plate. 2-1 the count on Caleb Berry. Checks the pitch comm on his wrist. Ready to go. The 2-1 on the way. Swing and a miss. Fastball. Got him chasing. I think that was out of the zone. And he went after it. 2-2 the count on Caleb Berry. Doran ready to work. The 2-2 on the way. Swing and a miss. Ball in the dirt. Diego Pena clears himself and fires down to first to complete the strikeout. He had to elude the bat as well as it was out in front of the plate. But well executed effort there by Diego Pena. He cleared himself from the runner down the line and completed the strikeout with a throw to Avery Thielman at first base. 2 down now, and the batter is Noah Bright. Senior catcher from Macomb. Been on base twice with a walk and a hit by the pitch. Walked in the second. Got hit in the 5th. Struck out looking in the 6th. Grounded out to short in the 8th. First pitch is outside. 1 ball, no strikes to Noah Bright. Turner works up high with a slider. 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes to Bright. Parker Pico at bat next. If Bright can get aboard here with 2 out in the 11th, the pitch in the dirt, ball 3. 3-0 now. Right-hander loosening in the Bronco bullpen. That's Matt Maloney. 3 balls and no strikes. The kick and the pitch is outside, ball 4. Go ahead run on base for Michigan State. And that'll bring up Parker Pico, the Alabama transfer out of Rochester Hills. Has a couple of hits today. Singled in the 2nd. Flew out to center in the 5th. Singled and scored in the 7th inning and lined out to Grady Mee in the 9th. Coach Gernon now having words with Jake Botek. I think Coach Gernon just got tossed. I'm not sure what his issue was. Maybe balls and strikes. But Coach Gernon just got thrown out of the game. So both head coaches getting tossed. I think it was the balls and strikes and the lack of the latter that Coach Gernon was arguing about. So both head coaches have been tossed. Jake Gernon got tossed earlier in this one. He's out on the bus beyond center field. Jake, if you're tuned in on YouTube Live, your colleague at Western Michigan just got tossed. So Coach Mee will take over. We're going to get a pinch runner for Michigan State. Jake Dresselhaus is going to come in and run. And stepping in is Parker Pico. So both head coaches have been tossed in this Wednesday afternoon showdown between the Broncos and the Spartans. 2 out, a runner at first, the pitch. Swing and a bouncer to the 3rd. Maloney's got it. Long throw to first in time. Pico is out on a shot down the 3rd baseline. The Maloney picks and throws him out. We go to the bottom of the 11th. Western Michigan 4, Michigan State 4. This is Western Michigan Baseball on YouTube Live. Well, neither head coach today happy with the home plate umpiring of Jake Botek, as he has tossed both of those guys. Broncos now will try and walk this off in the 11th inning, tied at 4. Got a new catcher from Michigan State. It's Adam Broski, sophomore right-hander. 6'3", 180. Out of Harrison Township, went to Warren De La Salle. He's on to catch after Noah Bright was lifted for a pinch runner. Broncos will send up Dylan Nevar. Nevar could end this thing with one swing. Facing Musolowski for the first time today, and he swings on the first pitch and pops it up behind second base. Second baseman calling for it. That's the shortstop, Seymour, who was over on the second base side of second. On the first base side of second, he drifts into left center field and hauls in that pop fly from Dylan Nevar. One down in the 11th inning. It'll bring up Avery Thielman. Tie score, 4 apiece. We're in the 11th. The pitch swung on, fouled down the right field line. This one's going to get out of play onto the berm. One strike on Avery Thielman. They had the shift on again, and Nevar swinging at the first pitch popped it up into shallow left center field, and the shortstop Seymour, who was playing on the right side of second base, drifted across and made the catch to retire Dylan. Thielman takes one outside, and then the catcher Broski airmails it over Musolowski out into center field. We've seen a little bit of everything here today. 1 ball, no strikes. The kick and the pitch. Swing and a chopper to the right side. Musolowski covers first and makes the put out at first base. They get Thielman. McKay ranged far to his left, and Musolowski got over there in a hurry to cover the bag because Bush was out of the play. He actually went for the ball too. So 2 up, 2 down in the Bronco half of the 11th. That will bring up Cooper Hums. 2 out, nobody on. The windup and the pitch. Swing and a foul back and out of play by Cooper. Hums hitting 145. No home runs. No runs batted, and he's got 8 hits. 55 at bats. One ball, one strike now on Cooper. Left-handed hitter. Called strike on the inside corner, 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The kick and the pitch. Outside. 2-2 on Cooper. He came in to pinch run for Lucas Rick. His second plate appearance. And it's outside, 3-2. He's worked it full. Trying to get on base. With Connor Ostrander on deck. The payoff pitch on the way. Outside. Oh, they ring him up. Strike 3 called. Jake Botek. One up with the right hand, and Cooper hums. Goes down on strikes. Borderline, and it went the Spartans' way. And we will go to the 12th. New pitcher coming out for the Broncos is Matt Maloney. Check Matt's numbers. This will be his 9th appearance. He's worked in 8 innings, 15 hits, 11 runs, all earned, 6 walks, 5 strikeouts. Opponent's hitting .429 on Mike Maloney's twin brother, Matt. No win-loss mark for Matt, 12.38 earned run average. Started his college career at Evansville. Out of Makina, Illinois. So the Maloneys out there together, Mike at third and Matt on to pitch. Turner Dorn did a nice job while he was in there. Riesinga started, went 6 innings, gave up 1 run on 3 hits. Jake Gernon came on and gave up the 3-run pinch hit homer that put Michigan State on top 4-2. Trevor Roddy pitched 3 innings of no-hit baseball with a strikeout. Turner Dorn went 2 innings, and now Matt Maloney on here in the 12th inning. Some of that cloud cover moving away, and you get some sun back in here and some light. It was getting dark. No lights here at Himes Field, by the way, so. Sun coming out, though, is going to brighten things up as that big, dark cloud that's been hovering behind the stadium starts to move across and allow the sun to poke back out. So Michigan State will bat in the 12th. It'll be Sokolov leading off. The pitch to him from Maloney is in for a strike. Sokolov bounced into a fielder's choice in the 2nd. Lined into a double play in the 5th. Was safe on an error and scored a run in the 7th inning and then grounded out to Avery Thielman in the 9th. He's behind in the count now, 0-2. Maloney's pitch is high and away, 1-2. It'll be Sokolov, and then the 9-hole Anderson back to the top of the order, McKay. The 1-2 is high from Maloney, 2-2 to Sokolov. 4th meeting of the season between these two teams. They played a doubleheader on opening day. Spartans swept them. Pitch high and the count full now. Maloney was ahead in the count, 0-2. Now 3 out of the zone, and it's a full count to Sokolov. The set. The kick and the pitch. Swing and a foul back to the screen. And now the field is aglow in sunshine as that dark cloud finally moved away to allow the sun to come back out. Still got a lot of daylight left here in Kalamazoo. Payoff pitch coming up to Sokolov. Here it is. Strike 3 called. Struck him out. Took one on the inside corner at the belt. And Maloney strikes out the leadoff man here in the 12th for Michigan State. That'll bring up Anderson. Jacob Anderson out of Notre Dame Prep in Oakland Township. Came on as a defensive replacement in the later innings. One out here in the 12th for the Spartans. Maloney's pitch is in the dirt. 1 ball, no strikes. Anderson digs back in. The 1-0 pitch on the way. Squares the bunt, bunts it, and Maloney will field it and then throws it high, but the 6'5" Thielman climbed the ladder and saved the overthrow to allow Anderson to go to second base. Great job by Thielman. Maloney threw that one from seated on the grass after his feet slipped from under him, and that's going to be a bunt single for Anderson. A runner at first with 1 out. And back to the top of the order for Michigan State, Ryan McKay. Broncos in double play depth on the infield. The pitch bounces up there, gets away from Pena, down to second goes Anderson. Runner at second. 1 out. Digging back in is Ryan McKay. Seymour on deck for Michigan State. Here's the 1-0 from Maloney. Breaking ball is in there for a strike. 1-1. One ball, 1 strike. We're tied at 4 here in the 12th. The kick and the pitch. Over but low. 2-1 on Ryan McKay. Clarkston, Michigan. Orchard Lake, St. Mary's High School. For Ryan McKay. There's a hot shot that gets through Thielman into right field. That's going to score the go-ahead run. In to score from second base is Anderson. And safe at first is McKay. That was a hard hit ball that stayed down on Avery Thielman and ate him up. See how they score that. They're going to rule it an error on the first baseman, the 3rd error of the game for the Broncos. Spartans have taken the lead here in the 12th. 5-4. Runner at first. 1 out. Seymour will bat. The pitch to him. Swing and a miss on a pitch in the dirt. 1 strike on Randy Seymour. Started the game at third base, shifted over to shortstop when Dayton Murphy was lifted for the pinch hitter Will Shannon, who promptly delivered a 3-run bomb over the center field fence back in the 7th inning. Time called at the plate, I believe, by Seymour, who stepped away for a moment. Jake Botek gave him time. 2 strikes the count on Seymour. Throw goes to first and almost airmailed by Maloney, but there's that 6'5" frame of Thielman at first base to save his pitcher there. No balls and 2 strikes. Seymour digs in. The pitch in the dirt, gets away from Pena, and down to second goes McKay. One ball, 2 strikes on Seymour. Runner in scoring position now with a run in here in the 12th for Michigan State. They have regained the lead 5-4. Maloney to the belt. Checks his runner at second. The pitch. Swung on and fouled back. by Seymour. Circles around behind home plate. Steps back in. A 1-ball, 2-strike count on him. Set by Matt Maloney. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him on strikes with a slider. Low and away, and Seymour goes down swinging. 2 outs, a runner at second, a run in.
Now after Spartans number 10, Nick Williams.
Here's Nick Williams. Hit the ball hard in his last at bat. On a line to the warning track in right center field, but Tanner Malley was there to haul it in. He's 1 for 5 today. The pitch. High, 1 ball, no strikes. Flew out to right in the first, flew out to center in the fourth, singled in the sixth, grounded out to short in the seventh, lined out to Malley in center in the 10th. He's got a runner in scoring position with 2 out. There's a breaking ball in for a strike at the knees. Evens the count at a ball and a strike. 7, 8, 9 hitters due up for the Broncos in their half of the 12th. There's a pop-up on the infield. Thielman calling for it in foul territory. Reaches up and makes the catch. But the Spartans take the lead with the go-ahead run here in the top of the 12th. Broncos will try and answer in their half of the 12th. It's Michigan State 5, Western Michigan 4. This is Western Michigan baseball on YouTube Live. Gavin Musolowski back out for Michigan State here in the 12th inning, trying to pick up a win in relief. Broncos were down 4-2 in the 9th and tied it up. They had the winning run at third base, could not score it. They had the winning run there in the 10th and couldn't get it home. Now they trail by 1. It'll be Connor Ostrander leading it off. Ostrander, Harity, and Pena due up for the Broncos. Ostrander doubled in the second. Takes the first pitch over for a strike at the knees. After that double in the second, he grounded out in the fourth, flew out to left in the sixth, safe on an error in the eighth, struck out swinging in the ninth. Pitch outside from Gavin Musolowski. 1 ball, 1 strike to Connor Ostrander. The 1-1 on the way. Outside, 2-1. This game continues on with both head coaches not in attendance after being tossed by home plate umpire Jake Botek. There's a strike at the belt. 2 balls and 2 strikes now on Connor. They play him straight away in the outfield. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a foul out of play. Two and two to Connor Ostrander. Batting .259 right now. Kicking the pitch. Swing and a chopper. Foul over by the Spartan bullpen. Spartan dugout. Broncos trying to salvage one game of the 4 meetings between these two teams this season. There's a swing and a foul. Hit it sharply, but foul down the left field line. Count stays 2-2 on Connor. Kicking the pitch. Swing and a foul tip. Catcher Broski could not hold on. It foul tipped off his glove. And Ostrander stays alive. Trying to get on base for the Broncos as they trail by 1 here in the 12th. Broncos scored 2 in the 5th and 2 in the 9th. There's a bouncer up the middle off the glove of the pitcher. Deflects to the catcher, and he throws him out. Oh, bang, bang play at first base. Musolowski deflected that with his glove. He tried to backhand it. Actually tried to grab it behind his back. It popped straight up in the air. Directly to the catcher, Broski, who fired down to first, and they get Ostrander in a photo finish at first base. 1 down. Josh McNally called him out down there at first base, and it was bang, bang. 1 out in the 12th. Broncos need 1 to tie. Harity to bat. First pitch is a ball, 1-0. The count on Brendan Harity, now 2-0, as Musolowski misses on the first 2 offerings to Harity. Batting left-handed against the righty, Musolowski. Ball 3 outside. Harity safe on a fielder's choice in the 2nd, struck out in the 4th. Flew out to right in the 6th, struck out in the 8th, walked in the 10th. The pitch. Outside, ball 4, and Brendan Harity draws a walk. They'll bring up Diego Pena. Pena put down a beautiful sacrifice bunt in the 10th inning. Broncos could not get that winning run in the 10th. Pitch to him is outside. 1 ball, no strikes to Pena. Harity has good speed down there at first base. 2 out of 3 in the stolen base category. Probably not going in this situation, down a run. Pitch is in the dirt to Pena, and he's ahead in the count. 2 balls, no strikes against Gavin Musolowski. Musolowski from downriver area to Huron High School. New Boston, his hometown. And that pitch is high to Pena. 3 balls and no strikes to Diego. Got a right-hander down in the Spartan bullpen. Conference at the mound. Infielders and catcher Broski out there talking to Musolowski. Pena ready to dig back in. Looking for his first hit today. Struck out twice, grounded out, flew out, and a sacrifice bunt. Almost hit him. It's inside, ball 4. And Pena goes down to first. Harity, the runner, at 2nd. And that'll bring up Grady Mee. Grady will bat left-handed against the righty Musolowski, but Mark Vandermeed making the slow walk out of the Spartan dugout. He's wearing a path out there. talking with his pitcher. Gavin Musolowski has done a great job out of the bullpen. Musolowski came in with a 16.88 earned run average and had made only 2 appearances for the Spartans until he was called upon here in extra innings by Mark Vandermeer, who's the acting head coach, with Jake Boss being tossed earlier in the evening. He's going to stick with Musolowski as Grady Mee digs in. Tying run at second base. Winning run is at first base. The kick and the pitch. Low, ball 1 to Grady Mee. 1 ball, no strikes on Grady. Stands in there hitting .282. The pitch outside, ball 2. Grady's hitting .289 with runners in scoring position. Something in the gap would end it. The 2-0 offering on the way. Outside, ball 3. 3 balls and no strikes to Grady Mee. He'll be taking all the way here. Musolowski to the belt. The 3-0 on the way. Up high. Oh, no. Jake Botek goes up with the right hand. Oh. The catcher, Broski, had to reach up for that. They called it a strike. 3-1 on Mee. The 3-1 in the dirt, ball 4. And Mee draws a walk. Coach Gernon got tossed for arguing balls and strikes with Botek. Coach Boss got tossed for arguing a play that ended a bases loaded situation for his team on a clock violation by his batter with a 3-2 count. That clock violation resulted in strike 3 and it ended the inning, and Jake Boss was not happy. Spartans will go to the bullpen. That'll do it for Musolowski. He gave Mark Vandermeer some good work out of the pen here. Spartans go to another right-hander. Josh Klug coming on. Klug making just his 4th appearance. 2 2/3 innings. He's given up 4 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned, 4 walks, 1 strikeout. Opponent's hitting .333 off Josh Klug, who has a 3.38 earned run average. Josh, 6'1", 180 from Traverse City. It's a transfer from Louisville. And the right-hander called upon here by Mark Vandermeer to preserve this win. But the Broncos have the bases loaded with 1 out. Harity at 3rd, Pena at 2nd, Grady Mee on at 1st. Tanner Malley, the leadoff man for the Broncos, will step in. He has 1 hit today, plus a walk. Grounded out to 1st. Bounced out to 3rd, walked and scored in the 5th, struck out in the 7th, singled and scored in the 9th. And bounced out to the pitcher in the 10th. Josh Klug completing his warm-up tosses. Malley on for the Broncos to try and tie this up, if not win it. It's going to be tough to double up on a ground ball. Tanner has great speed. Klug bounces that last warm-up pitch in the dirt, and he doesn't have any more, so The real stuff starts now after that last warm-up pitch was about 5 feet short of home plate. Malley digs in. Harity at third, Pena at second, Meehan at first. Josh Klug to the belt. The pitch. High and away to Tanner Malley. 1 ball, no strikes. Broncos scored 2 in the 5th, 2 in the 9th to send it into extra innings. Spartans took the lead in the 12th with a run. Broncos batting in the bottom of the 12th with the bases loaded and 1 out. The kick and the pitch. Swing and a miss on a ball in the dirt. 1 ball, 1 strike to Tanner Malley. Tanner's standing in there with a .350 average. He's a .333 hitter with runners in scoring position. He's batting .400 with the bases loaded. The pitch to him. Swing and a foul into the Spartan dugout, and Klug's ahead of him now. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The Broncos have stranded 13 men on base today. They have the bases loaded here. Trying to come up with a clutch hit. Down a run in the 12th. The set by Josh Klug. The kick and the pitch. Outside. Good take by Tanner. 2-2. Tying run 90 feet away. Tanner digs back in, stands right on top of the plate. The 2-2. Swing and a line drive off the glove of the pitcher. Picked up by the second baseman. He's got no play. Tanner Malley beats it out at first. The tying run comes across home plate. Brendan Harity scoring. We're tied at 5, and the bases remain loaded for Mike Maloney. Tanner hit that soft line drive that tipped off the glove of Klug and deflected to the second baseman, McKay. But by the time he gathered it in, there was no play, either at the plate or at first base. So now the Spartans are calling in the center fielder. They're going to go with an extra infielder here and only 2 outfielders. So the center fielder comes into the infield. 3 infielders on the left side, and now they're going to shift here, and Sokolov moves over in between the first baseman and the second baseman, McKay. 5 infielders. The pitch. Strike called at the knees to Mike Maloney. Maloney with 2 hits, a walk, and a run scored today. 1 strike on Mike. Winning run at third base. The kick and the pitch in the dirt. A ball and a strike to Maloney. Diego Pena is the winning run at third base. Klug from the set. The 1-1 on the way. Outside, 2-1 to Maloney. Broncos trying to walk it off here in the 12th. They've tied it at 5 on a base hit by Tanner Malley. The 2-1 coming up to Maloney. Here it is. Inside, 3-1. Nowhere to put Mike Maloney. Has to throw a strike. 3-1 to Maloney with the bases loaded in the 12th. The kick and the pitch. Strike at the letters. Jake Botek went up with the right hand to the chagrin of the Bronco fans and dugout. The count now full, 3-2 on Mike Maloney. Mike digs back in. The 3-2 pitch coming up in the 12th. Swing and a foul. Maloney fights it off. Pitch was up around the letters, but he battled through it, got a piece. 5 infielders here for Michigan State trying to cut a run at the plate. The winning run 90 feet away. The 3-2 pitch coming up to Maloney. Swing and a bouncer that is gloved by the shortstop. Throw to first is not in time. They get the force at the plate on Pena. McKay, one of the 5 infielders, gloved that hard ground ball off the bat of Maloney and got the force on Pena at the plate. Maloney beat out the relay from the catcher to first. So the bases remain loaded. 2 outs now, and Dylan Nevar will bat. Who do you want with the game on the line in the bottom of the 12th and the bases loaded, tied at 5? You want this guy, Dylan Nevar. The kick and the pitch. Outside, 1 ball, no strikes. The all-time RBI leader in Western Michigan baseball history can deliver a walk-off win for the Broncos with a base hit here. 1 ball, no strikes. The count on Nevar. With the bases loaded, the pitch. Swing, line drive into the gap in left center field. That'll do it. Dylan Nevar walks it off with a base hit to the gap in right center field. They run out to mob Dylan Nevar as the Broncos have walked it off in the 12th inning. Final score, Western Michigan 6, Michigan State 5, as the Broncos celebrate out in center field. Dylan Nevar gets the Gatorade bath out in the outfield grass after delivering the walk-off base hit here in the bottom of the 12th. The Broncos scored twice in the 12th to win it. Final score, Broncos 6, Michigan State 5. Line scores 6 runs on 9 hits, 3 errors, 13 men left on base for the Broncos. Michigan State 5 runs on 6 hits, 2 errors. They left 7 on base. The Broncos pick up the victory, their 6th in a row, and their 18th win of the season as they go into a big weekend series in conference play on the road at Kent State as they try and lock down one of those top 6 spots to get to the Mid-American Conference Tournament in Avon, Ohio, and try and defend their 2024 Mid-American Conference title. Wow, what a game today. Both coaches ejected from the game. We go 12 innings, but Dylan Nevar walks it off with a base hit into the gap in right center field, and the Broncos win it in the bottom of the 12th. Again, the final score, Western Michigan 6, Michigan State 5. I'm Robin Hook. Thanks for watching. So long, everyone.